9th Internet Governance Forum of Georgia, which actually has been organized due to the efforts of the Ministry of Economy and Sustainable Development of Georgia and the National Communications Commission, USAID, Internet Society, Assigned Names and Numbers Network on Society, networks and the coordination commission. These are the organizations that are supporting this. Also, local support is given by Association Brenner and the Electronic Commerce Chamber of Georgia. I'd like to extend thanks to each and every of our supporters. It's gratifying to say that for many years, GYGF has gained an international recognition, and it was developed and shaped into one of the leading internet governance platforms and network. And over the years, as a matter of fact, we consider very important internet governance related issues for Georgia. One of the priorities in terms of digital economy is the development of the e-commerce and development of the electronic communication to contribute to this progress. In the recent areas, in the sector of communication technologies, there were some reforms that were undertaken, and those programs and reforms were decisive for the development of the digital sphere of our country. And it accords Georgia to keep pace with the current trends as well as challenges and address those challenges that we see in the world. Also, there are some activities on which we continue working on the part of the official structures and agencies. And let me touch upon several points. This is the high-speed internet construction and simplification and projects related to regulation of these, and also strategy for the development of digital technologies and digital inclusion, e-commerce, and also harmonization of the e-market of Georgia with that of the EU. So we are very actively involved in the formation of the digital hub going through Georgia. This is about setting up a broadband system and setting up data centers in Georgia and creating conducive environment in Georgia from the point of legislation and infrastructure. And Ministry of Economy and Sustainable Development puts considerable efforts into the development of e-market and harmonizing this into with the European market, e-market, and the government of Georgia officially declared its wish to join EU uniform and united roaming space. And this work has already been launched with the participation of European experts in order to have our legislation harmonized with that of EU. This is an ongoing process, and I feel it will be successful, and I feel certain that our citizens, as they go to the EU countries, they will be able to benefit from much better tariffs. And so today's event is a very important landmark, and we feel that we will contribute to the development of digital technologies in Georgia. Many thanks for your attention and wishing you a fruitful day. Good morning. I'm delighted that we all have an opportunity today to open this Internet Governance Forum of 2023. This is indeed a platform, a very important platform in this country, which serves a very important goal. And this is promoting discussions and the exchange provision of information between the stakeholders related to e-communications, innovations, projects and programs, digital literacy, and other issues. For us as a regulatory organization, this is of particular importance because on the one hand, we introduce innovations and novelties and new projects in the areas of e-communications and digital technologies. And I feel certain that you know all about this. And on the other hand, we try to address the challenges that are brought about by the technology developments. And we do this through media literacy, digital literacy. I'd like to extend special thanks to the Council of Europe, which in 2014 supported the laying of the groundwork of this event. And now we are at this ninth forum, Internet Governance Forum, and the Communications Commission, starting 2014, has been the co-organizer of this event ever since. And our staff, our representatives are very actively involved in and participate in the sessions, panel discussions. We try to communicate this information to the interested parties, to the stakeholders, so that we could also have and get new ideas and hear their reflections about the relevant issues. I'd like to thank our international organizations that are sponsors and partners in terms of organizing this event. And I'd like to wish you a very successful 2023 Internet Governance Forum. Thank you.
With your permission, I will add a couple of words. My name is David Ciclauri. I'm a team member of USAID Georgia program. We are supporting Georgia and we are happy about it. We are supporting government, the regulator, as well as the sector entirely, because we as a donor see that digital ecosystem is of critical importance worldwide, in the region and in the country. And next presentation will be about the assessment that we have undertaken recently in respect to Georgia also. And we are looking at this ecosystem, and we have done similar activity in many other countries. And as I already mentioned, that attests to the fact that we all need to be very active to develop digital space, so that actually we are focused on developing digital space, so that it is an instrument to help us in the field of education, economy, and many other issues. The other aspect is that we are focused on partnership in the field of ecosystem that will be done through cooperation with association, businesses, and many other stakeholders. This is a huge topic, and whatever was already done in the sector with our support is of utmost importance. Despite the fact that December was quite busy in terms of organizing many other digital events, and I'm confident that many of you attended those events. We need to say that such a wide audience present at today's meeting attests to the importance of the topic. Over a cup of coffee, I was talking to somebody about digital governance, and then I understand that it is not governance, this is rather the regulation of the internet space, and this is something more interesting to me. And I understand that this will be even more important and more critical for all of us, because many other systems will also be built on this foundation. And that's why this particular forum is very important for everyone. We are an American organization, but on the other hand, what Guram talked about are focused on Europe. So we are aimed at supporting Georgia so that Georgia becomes European country, so that we ensure rapprochement between Georgia and Europe from the geographic standpoint also. And now we're successful forum today. And I also wish you more digitalized next year.
Moga Salmabit. My name is Mikhail Baker. I work for USAID Georgia with David Ciclauri. Thank you so much for having me here today. I was very excited to have an invitation to speak. I'm going to talk about a digital ecosystem country assessment, or DECA, that USAID Georgia recently completed. It's particularly interesting because it had some findings and a recommendation related to the Internet Governance Forum in Georgia about how this is one of the strongest internet governance forums in the region. The Internet Society chapter is quite strong in Georgia. But basically, this report is a key initiative of, Can we go next slide, please? So the DECA is a digital ecosystem country assessment is a key initiative of USAID's digital strategy. In 2020, we launched a digital strategy that has an overall goal. You can see it here on the slide. It is basically to support development of open, secure, and inclusive digital ecosystems in the countries where USAID works. So the DECA is a key initiative of this strategy. Basically, we hope that this assessment will be helpful to USAID Georgia, to government of Georgia, private sector in looking for opportunities, challenges, et cetera, in digitalization and digital transformation, maybe opportunities for public-private partnerships, opportunities to address workforce development, policy, et cetera. And so the DECA is one of the key tools for this. Here you can see a graphic which shows USAID's definition of a digital ecosystem. USAID defines a digital ecosystem as having 3 pillars. The first you can see in the dark blue, digital infrastructure and adoption. This is telecoms, fiber, internet connectivity, accessibility, pricing of internet, also level of digital literacy, how much people have access to computers in schools. You know, in the DECA also there are some interesting findings related to OpenNet and to expanding internet access into the regions of Georgia. There are some exciting findings related to that. You can see the second pillar in the light blue is digital economy. This is looking at digital trade, e-commerce, et cetera, digital financial services. Georgia is also quite strong in these. In fact, I think Georgia is second in the world in digital payments. This is quite impressive. I didn't know this before I came here, but according to Visa, this is the case. And then the third pillar in the red that you can see is digital society, rights, and governance. This looks at internet governance, digital government, how government of Georgia is digitalizing government services and improving service delivery for the public, and how civil society and media are using technology for sharing information, for communications, et cetera. We also have 4 cross-cutting topics you can see here. They are cybersecurity, digital inclusion, geopolitical positioning, and emerging technologies. So this report looks at all of this. It's a lot in one report. I know many people don't like to read a big 100-page report, but the way that it is structured, if you're only interested in digital economy, you can read this one section of the report. If you're only interested in this or that topic, you can read small sections of the report. It's available on usaid.gov. I'm hoping that I can share it with the organizers so they can send it to everyone who is here today after this meeting. And in the assessment, we had a team from PMCG with expert researchers complete the assessment. They spoke with 60 organizations and they did 7 focus groups to get a regional perspective, not just Tbilisi, because many of these assessments are only talking to people in Tbilisi. They spoke to people in Kutaisi, Batumi, Zugdidi, Ozurgeti, I think Kakheti as well. So there's at least some geographic coverage. And you can see here at the bottom, it was mostly public sector organizations and private sector organizations. We talked to a lot of the government of Georgia. And here you can see, even though it's small to read, you can see a lot of the organizations we met with. We spoke with many of the ministries, Personal Data Protection Service, ComCom, MUASD, National Bank of Georgia, et cetera. So this report is quite comprehensive. We spoke with a lot of stakeholders. And hopefully it will guide what USAID prioritizes in terms of supporting digital transformation in Georgia through our current programs and our future programs. So here on this slide, we have some of the high-level recommendations. They are shared in much more detail in the report. There are 13 recommendations. Though USAID is the key audience for these recommendations, I think they're relevant to every stakeholder in the digital ecosystem in Georgia. And basically, we want them to be a starting point for conversations with public sector, private sector, on where USAID can provide support, where we can partner with the public sector, private sector, civil society to address some of these challenges. I won't walk through every one of these, but I will highlight the 7 priority recommendations. You can see they're in bold. The first is number 4, strengthen the cyber resilience of critical infrastructure. You know, Georgia has a law on information security. This law, I think, came into effect in 2022, but it basically recognizes some entities in public and private sector as critical infrastructure, and therefore has new requirements on them for having certified information security managers, workforce development, more risk audits. This is one of the areas where USAID would like to support. Also contributing, number 5, contributing to Georgia's transformation into a regional digital hub. I've heard this, and many of my colleagues have heard this during the DECA report, that many of the stakeholders in Georgia would like to see Georgia be a digital hub in the region and basically a key part of the digital middle corridor, basically connecting Europe to Asia in ICT services, ICT business, et cetera. Number 6, improving accountability and on government of Georgia digital transformation. Many parts of the government of Georgia are involved in digital transformation. I think that there could be perhaps more coordination. Some of the ministries don't talk a lot. Georgia, it would be, we recommend in the report that if Georgia should consider a Ministry of Digital Transformation or a Ministry of ICT, or that the Ministry of Georgia should coordinate digital transformation. I know there's a new council for this. We think that there could be even more. Media literacy, there's a recommendation there. Number 9, leverage success and freedom online to promote leadership and increase attractiveness of the Georgian market. This is the internet governance recommendation. I'll talk more about this in a few minutes. Increase competition in the digital financial services market. One of the findings we found in the DECA is that TBC and Bank of Georgia have basically a very strong position in digital financial services, and it's difficult for new companies to enter into the space and to compete with these 2 big banks that basically have services all of across, you know, beyond banking. Lastly, of the priority recommendations, number 13, we say to support digital skills development and ICT workforce development. This sounds like big, and it's a lot, and it is a big challenge. You know, Georgia does have a strong ICT workforce, but it is growing, and the demand on the workforce is growing. You know, there's much more opportunities for youth to enter into ICT positions, and there's a lot of demand there, but there's also this demand is not being met completely. There just aren't enough graduates. Many of these ICT professionals in Georgia are employable outside of Georgia and are leaving or are working remotely for countries in Europe or in the US, et cetera. So I will walk you through 3 of the key recommendations that I talked about earlier. This first one is about Georgia's transformation into a regional digital hub. You can see in our report, you know, there's even more detail than this, but we basically say why this recommendation is there, how USAID or other stakeholders can implement this recommendation or address this recommendation. And then lastly, we have how this aligns to USAID's priorities for Georgia. I'm not going to talk about the priorities for Georgia. I think you maybe know about this or you can look this up, but basically here we would like to support Georgian stakeholders, including just the government broadly, the telecoms and ICT companies in developing Georgia into a regional hub. This is more public-private partnerships. This is more policy, supporting incubators and accelerators to basically improve the startup environment so that there's more financing available to these early stage startups. Stimulating collaboration and information sharing among digital authorities and cyber authorities, working with the Digital Governance Agency to roll out capacity building courses for civil servants and for the youth, and supporting partnerships. One of the other recommendations related to this that we talked about is supporting the formation of an ISACA chapter. I think this is currently in process right now. ISACA is an organization a professional development organization in cybersecurity. Some of the speakers later today, I think, will be talking about this, but this is a very exciting development in Georgia's digital ecosystem. This next recommendation is improving accountability and coordination. I touched on this a little bit a few minutes ago. But it includes advocating for a Ministry of Digital Transformation or ICT, or supporting the administration of Georgia in coordination on ICT. technical assistance to the new digital transformation interagency coordinating body. I don't know the formal name for this body, but I think it's new and is actually taking foot right now. Studying ICT professional turnover in public service agencies and improving employee recommendation. You know, I think many of you have probably seen this, but in the public sector, when there are strong ICT professionals in ministries and agencies, they build up their skills and then they go to work for the Bank of Georgia or TBC, and then they go work for a software development company. And so then you have to start over training the people. This is good that it's adding to the overall talent pool, but it's a challenge for government to keep these people. And so it'd be nice for the government to be able to keep these people for longer. Also, we would like to support implementation of the digital economy strategy. I think that MOESD is working on, and then also this digital strategy that DGA is working on. There are two digital strategies coming addressing different components of the digital ecosystem. And the last recommendation I'll share, this is the one related to internet governance in Georgia. It's basically to leverage Georgia's success in internet freedom and internet governance to basically aid in Georgia becoming a regional digital hub. The internet, like I mentioned earlier, the Internet Governance Forum in Georgia is quite strong. Georgia is known as a bastion of internet freedom in the region. Georgia's Internet Governance Forum has been quite involved in the Global Internet Governance Forum, and some of the ways that USAID can support this include supporting the Internet Society chapter in either grant funding or applying for grant funding. One of the things that we found when we spoke with many of the people from the Internet Society chapter and other stakeholders when doing the DECA report is that it's mostly volunteers working for this chapter, and there are some strong ICT professionals who have been working in ICT in Georgia for a long time who are supporting this chapter, but it's volunteer work and they don't have a lot of time often to write grant applications, so they're not getting as much funding for research and for projects and for programs as other Internet Society chapters in other countries, even though they're quite a strong chapter. Another recommendation is to support ComCom and ICANN in internationalized domain names. You know, this is a new, I guess, sort of new effort going on globally for internet domain names to be in localized languages like in Georgian or Azeri or other languages. Right now, you know, most of the English is most of the internet is in English, at least in the domain names, and in a few other languages. This would be an effort to internationalize this a little bit more. And then also supporting the Internet Society chapter in doing more programming and designing programs. This relates to the grants. So that is it. I hope that was interesting. I would like you to take a look at this DECA report if you would like. I'm going to ask the organizers of the conference to share it with you afterwards. It's available on usaid.gov or the PMCG Georgia website. They've also published the report there. There's an English version available now, but a Georgian version will be available soon. We have more promotional communications material coming soon. I'm very excited about this. I think that now this report is finished, it basically sets a roadmap for how USAID can support digital transformation in Georgia, and we look forward to continuing to partner with the government, private sector, civil society to support Georgia's digital transformation. Thank you.
Thank you. Analystებს თხოვ რომ შემოგვიერთოთ.
I'd like to ask the panelists, please join us here. The first panel, panelists, please. Georgi, could you please also join us? Eka, Natalia, and Lado. First of all, let me introduce myself. My name is Tamara Boaitse. I represent the USAID Economic Governance Program, and it's a 5-year program, and its aim is to contribute to the reforms of economic profile. We actively cooperate with the government and the private sector because it is through public-private partnership that will contribute to the implementation of the reforms and bring us closer to the European Union. This program works on such areas as public procurement, capital market. One of the important programs is the reformation of the e-commerce, and we work with various institutions of the government of Georgia, and we also help the private sector. And this panel is devoted to the reformation of e-commerce. And our panelists are Ms. Eka Kubusidze, and she is the head of Department of Communications, Information and Modern Technologies from the Ministry of Economy and Sustainable Development, Ms. Natalia Chkoidze, the head of the payments division of the National Bank of Georgia, and Lado Kandelaki, chairman of the E-Commerce Association, and Georgi Papava. And he will start our panel. And he's the head of the Private Sector Development ISET Policy Institute. And he's the leading economist there. So many thanks, Georgi, that you have joined. On the contrary, I'm very grateful that you invited me to participate in this panel. I represent the Reform-Meter project. This is a project that has been supported through years by USAID, and it is to assess the progress of economic reforms and to raise awareness about these economic reforms in the public, and also contribute to the implementers of this reform so they are better involved, and so that this process is a participatory one. And under these activities, we observe a lot of trends. For instance, reformation of e-commerce, and this slide shows this. This is the development of capital market, the management of water resources, development of tourism management, and so on and so forth. The methodology of Reform-Meter implies three components, and the goal of the project is to see at what stage the reform is the reform that we are concerned with. So what is the progress achieved so far? And we do a framework, a frame. And so we use this frame to follow the development of the activities. And we not only look at the percentage of what the implemented activities, but also we see which of them have been completed at what time. And after each observation session, we also have forum groups and interview the stakeholders, and we invite them, representatives of the private and public sectors and experts, except those that relate actually the assessment of the situation and the progress. And also we have this last pillar of the communist economic indicators, and we use these indicators in order to measure the progress and how this could be improved. And in this slide, you see the goals that are related to the e-commerce reformation process. And this reformation process, the frame that we used and constructed related to the legal amendments that change, the introduction of the new law, the protection of the rights of the consumers. And so we follow the development of the taxation laws and the law on the personal protection and the law on copyright. And so proceeding from these pieces of legislation and the bylaws, we see that certain agencies have certain obligations to see how they comply with those obligations. So we follow this whole process. And of course, this is not the only definition that can be used, but this is relevant to our project. And in this slide, what you see is that we did the assessment of the reformation 2 times and see what was the progress. And we measured the results in 4 directions: institutional developments, and raising capacity, and also legal framework and infrastructure, and the enhancement of competencies. So you see what has the progress achieved within the recent 6 months, and alongside each directions and activities, they have different weights given to this. For instance, 60% of the weight go to the legal framework development. 5% is accounted to the enhancement of competencies. So the development of the institutions, it accounts for only 4%, and then the rest is 12.5%. So you see a clear-cut progress in terms of the development of the legislative framework, the new law on the protection of personal data, and the new law on the e-commerce, and also the rules and procedures of operations in the e-commerce. And the next part of activity is interviewing the stakeholders. These are the assessments done in June and next in December. And at all components, we see a little backslide. But was one thing that I'd like to underline, it's not only related to the law on electronic commerce, but you see that the situation is well assessed, but at the same time, there are higher expectations compared to what's achieved. So there is an optimism that is quite clear. In the majority of cases, what we see, the adequacy and the content of the reform gets a better assessment, a higher assessment. If we look at the situation in the private sector, and not only according to our indicators, yes, there is room for improvement. And there is an optimism quite clearly on behalf of the stakeholders. And the last part of my presentation is about indicators. Many of you are aware of these indicators. Let me go over these. There are two major indicators that I'd like to speak about. These are preconditions for the success of the reform. One indicator, the first indicator, the share of households that have internet, and we have this data that we received and got from the statistics agency, and the increase is at 88%, and last year it was 70. And the next indicator is about purchasing either goods or services through internet, and we look at various angles, and the average indicator is 24 this year, and it is an increase compared to the previous year. As to the e-commerce related indicators, first of all, these are data from the State Statistics Service. And you see the share of the enterprises that did the selling of their goods using internet and using their own platforms. And all in all, this comes that you see that 96% of all the enterprises are not involved in this. And those who are involved in that, they use basically their own websites or applications, and only 2% are using the joint platforms or general platforms to sell their goods. And this is the dynamics of legal e-commerce over years. So what is local electronic commerce or local e-commerce? Because this is not a commonly accepted or recognized term. This is the use of the operations through terminals using bank cards at all shops, minus gambling games. And you see the total amount. And this is all makes the local e-commerce, and the dynamics is quite increasing. You see a trend which is going up. Next graph shows the ratio between the overall turnout at the local commerce compared to the overall turnout of goods and services in the retail sales. And the indicator is also increasing. We see an increase in 20 and 22 when it came to 8.6. And according to the data of 2023, it's very close to 10%. And the next indicator is the number of, say, terminals. And again, you see an increasing dynamic here. And I'd like to thank you for the data that you provided to us, because we use a lot of your data for this presentation. And this is a graph showing the share of transactions using bank cards from foreign banks. And in 2021, we had two jumps, let's say. And now this indicator is 10% of all card transactions in Georgia. And so this slide shows where we sell this. EU is at the first place. And now I'd like to draw attention to the next slide. And this is, well, I talked about the local e-commerce. And on top of that, I'd like to say these are the graphs which denote how often Georgian bank cards are used abroad. And so you can see the share of local e-commerce here, and what has been purchased through this Georgian bank cards abroad. And you see the ratio between these, and you can see how this process develops. The slide starts with 2018, and the indicator was 30%, and there was a considerable increase in 2020 and 2021. But in the recent period, it has gone down, and it's now at about 30%. It's an average indicator for the pandemic period also, or pre-pandemic period. So these are some average data for several months. And so this indicator tells us that the ratio is at the level of the status quo. So the purchases inside and the outside are increasing, as you can see, slowly. So this was my last slide. If you have any questions, I'll be pleased to take this.
Thank you so much, Georgi. Are there any questions in respect to the presentation? You can raise your hand and I will give you the microphone. If not, okay, let's continue. As you may appreciate, the reform of e-commerce is quite complex. The law on e-commerce that Georgi mentioned in his presentation is the cornerstone of this reform. However, within the scope of the reform, relevant amendments were introduced into other legal instruments also. In this reform, many government agencies are involved actively, and the reform concerns and covers everyone, big businesses, medium businesses, small businesses, but this is particularly important for the development of medium and small businesses and for increasing the export potential of our country. That was the reason as to why USAID Economic Governance Program has picked electronic commerce as one of the reform directions. And that is why we all need to be actively engaged in the implementation of the reform. My first question goes to ECA. ECA is one of the first authors of the e-commerce law. And my question is as follows. ECA, how did you come to the stage of adopting the law, and what the law governs and regulates? What are the novelties under this law? Thank you very much. I would like to greet everybody. Tamuna, actually, I'm astonished to hear this question from you because we all know what it is about. You were one of those individuals who were supporting us in making this document a law, and that's why I want to thank USAID because this law was adopted through the support of USAID. And respectively, it is in line with EU directive under association agreement. We have assumed obligation. We are also talking about intermediary providers, and I'll try to speak in simple languages to explain what is the obligation we have assumed under association agreement, and also e-commerce is developing each day. So respectively, we live in the digital era, and COVID also demonstrated it perfectly well that the share of e-commerce increased in Georgia as well as globally, particularly during the pandemic. And its share will increase in the future because digitalization is one of the important directions, which is a matter of focus for us. So on one hand, we had the obligations under association agreement, and we wanted to have regulations in Georgia that are harmonized with EU legislation. On the other hand, we wanted our public, our people to be better protected when entering into e-commerce through digital systems, and we wanted the Georgian people to have access to diverse platforms. I'll tell you briefly about the law. We have heard a very interesting presentation from the previous colleagues, and the outcome of the reform was also mentioned there. It's very good that we have this assessment of this outcome, but we need to correctly and properly assess the goals of the law. And even if we are talking about the directive in line with which we have introduced this law, this is about regulating and governing intermediary providers. I'm looking at David. David is working at the National Bank. He started to work on this law together with us, and we ourselves had to learn a lot while working on this law, and USAID supported us a lot. This is about how we could govern the rights and obligations of intermediary providers. These are internet providers, these are cashiers and hosters. Mainly, the law is focused on these three players. The process of e-commerce is built like that. There are marketplaces with their own products and services, and these are called as marketplaces according to the directive. There are also intermediate service providers, and there are also consumers. E-commerce chain is composed of these three elements. We introduced this law to govern intermediary providers. Why? Or rather, I would say that we are not regulating or governing them, but we are supporting them so that they are protected against excessive responsibility. What does it mean? I have mentioned it repeatedly, and perhaps I'm repeating myself, but when it comes to buying particular product, we may wish to buy something, but it is not original, it is something. And this is also the obligation of marketplace, not the responsibility of intermediary providers who actually provide an access to internet, provide you with the access to clouders, cashiers, and hosters. Actually, the responsibility goes to them, and we cannot make intermediary providers responsible for it. Actually, we are talking about the responsibility of the marketplace because they need to be held responsible for the products they place on their markets. But actually, sometimes they do not interfere in the contact when they are not there themselves traders on the marketplace. Let's speak about Amazon. It provides technical platform, but it also sells its own products. So in the first way, they have responsibility to sell what they place on their market to provide accurate information to the buyers. In respect to the other issue, they are responsible for providing electronic platform for electronic or digital trades. And the other issue is about protection of the consumer's rights. We do know that both directives, directive on e-commerce and protection of consumers' rights, have close link between each other. They are closely connected with each other. And our law and also the law on consumer rights protection, they complement each other so that our population is better protected through digitalized internet commerce. There are many requirements copied from these directives into our law. This is about minimal information so that our consumers know who is the marketplace, who is the seller, with whom they can communicate, so that they have possibility for signing a contract technically, so that they know when this agreement or contract is considered online signed, so that when there is second trace or when there is a change of address or something, they get information about it, and all the consumers need to have at least minimum understanding about who the seller is. The National Agency on Competition also steps into the process. And actually, once the law is fully implemented, this agency will have important role because currently we have transitional provisions, and we are talking about National Agency on Competition that will actually have its own important role in this process. Very briefly, I need to speak about another issue. USAID also mentioned that there is strategy on digital economy, and that defines not only broadband infrastructure related issues, but this is a wide scale strategy that covers all aspects of digital economy. And respectively, the comment was quite correctly mentioned here, because we are talking about the fact that we need an agency that coordinates this process. As it is decided currently, it will be the Ministry of Economy and Sustainable Development through the council that is composed of heads of relevant agencies and departments. And this council will have a responsibility to ensure the implementation of all provisions that are stipulated in this strategy. That also includes e-commerce, which is part of electronic commerce. There are also issues connected to customs, and one of the key components is about taxation. And the National Bank will be responsible for these issues. Tamuna will agree with me if I say that when working on e-commerce law, we did not take into account the role of National Bank in respect to taxation, because we allowed them a possibility to ensure improvement of this system based on their own regulations. Taxation system is very important in connection with e-commerce, but the global project that we are talking about, and I'm sure that this strategy will be approved in early 2024. This strategy will play an important role, and the National Bank will have its own important role in this strategy in connection with taxation, because there are also many other aspects and issues connected to e-commerce. And here again, I would like to say that this strategy has been developed, and it is in line with digital compass of European Union. This is briefly from my side. If you have any questions, please.
Thank you, Eka. We'll come back to you with questions. So, for us to continue, you may remember that the enforcement of the law is very important, and the number of state agents are involved in this. And Eka also referred to the competition agency, where the disputes will be reviewed. And there is a council for dispute resolution, which is already operating after the law on the rights of the consumers was put in action. And proceeding from the e-commerce to look into the related dispute, we have the representatives of the agencies, and I'll be very pleased to hear questions from you also. And I will have also several questions myself to Eka. Now let me get down to Ms. Natalia. And then you may know that from the 1st of December at the National Bank of Georgia, there is a commission for dispute resolution, and it looks into the disputes related to the payments in the e-commerce, but also its mandate is broader. And so would like to hear more about this dispute resolution commission's mandate, what functions it has, and what challenges you are faced with. Thank you. Thank you for the question. Thank you for this opportunity to be with you. Indeed, this is an innovation. I'd like to share information about this innovation. You may be interested in this information as consumers, as well as those who are involved in the e-commerce. As it has already been mentioned, the Dispute Resolution Commission started operations on the 1st of December. This means that any consumer, be it a physical person or a legal person, if they have a dispute or a claim in respect of the tax service providers, and this could be commercial banks, microfinancing organizations, or other non-banking institutions, they could lodge a complaint with this Dispute Resolution Commission. And the subject of the dispute is only related to the payment and transactions. It doesn't deal with other broader issues, for instance, relations between the seller and the buyer. We're talking about transactions related operations, maybe some disagreement between the person and the financial institution that provided the service. This is the major point of the dispute and complaint, and the value of that subject of the dispute could be up to 50,000 lari, and there are various stages in this process. The first stage is that the consumer should go first to his own service provider, and the provider is obligated to provide an answer within 15 working days. And so in the majority of cases, proceeding from their experience, the claims are satisfied at that stage and they're not pursued further. But if the consumer is not happy or not very pleased with the service provider's decision, they can go to this Dispute Resolution Commission. And the Commission, on its part, has its own obligations and duties, and it has 90 days to review the dispute, the complaint, and provide an answer. Within 5 days upon the physical receipt of the complaint, it decides on admissibility. If some information is missing, they go to the applicant. The applicant enters and so provides and submits the missing information, and the process continues. The Commission has 3 members on it, and the maximum number is 5. And we are in the process of selection of the rest of the members, and we have declared the competition, and the membership is open for every person willing to be on the Commission who meets the requirements, qualification requirements for this Commission membership. And we expect that having set this body, this Commission will be able to better protect the rights of the buyers and the sellers, and it will increase trust towards the electronic transactions and using these. Thank you. We know in general that in order to have this reform implemented in a more effective way and to promote e-commerce, we need to gain trust on the part of the consumers. And this remains a great big problem still. It is still quite low in respect of vis-a-vis e-commerce compared to the European Union countries. And from this point of view, I have next question to Mr. Lado Kandelaki, who is the chairperson of the E-commerce Association. Could you tell us or share your reflections on what regulation, what influence the regulations have in your area, and what steps are being undertaken by the association to raise trust and confidence on the part of the consumers?
Very good. E-Commerce Association Georgia, with great support from USAID and backing up us, organized the project Trustmark, and it aims at the fact that e-commerce platforms have this reliability and the credibility mark, and the mark of the trust, so that the level of trust increases and transactions also increase. Since when do you think that this project will be launched? Most probably there will be some pilot activities, and then what steps will you implement to ensure popularization of these ideas? Okay, this project is almost finalized. Currently, there are 6 platforms that will be given this trust or credibility mark. I will explain what's going on. E-commerce or marketplace will first refer to us, then our representative goes there, carries out the audit according to the checklist, and then we also issue recommendations for non-compliances, if any, and then they get this trust mark. But I need to tell you that the main philosophy of this project is to ensure the consumers' protection, and it's mainly focused on the consumers. Okay, and in terms of sustainability, does your association already have some particular steps to ensure popularization of this product? Yes, of course. Once this project was out in media, we received many applications from different companies. In other words, business itself is highly interested in receiving this trust mark. They understand how important it is. Okay, private sector's activity is of critical importance, and I thank you very much for being active in this process, and I'm sure that other associations and other businesses will also actively engage in this process. I personally have additional questions to the panelists, but if there are any questions from the audience, please raise these questions, and then this discussion will be more interactive. Oliko, please. My greetings, Oliko Kobachidze, National Agency on Competition, the lawyer of the Department on Consumers' Rights Protection. In respect to Trustmark, I have the following question. Based on what you grant this Trustmark? Are you checking the compliance or compatibility with the law, or maybe you have some other standards according to which you give this Trustmark? And the second question, you mentioned that there are 2 important laws, actually, e-commerce and consumer rights protection. And our agency also plays a very important role in this process, because we also need to establish whether or not particular commerce policies in line with the legislation, etc. If National Competition Agency changes something, will it be compatible with you, or will it be considered as misleading consumers is something? Could you please explain in greater detail based on which you have created this Trustmark, and what standards are introduced based on Trustmark? Does it introduce code of conduct for the sellers or traders? Thank you for this question. I will explain the process of Trustmark. There are e-commerce platforms. We have created the working group with the representatives of these platforms. And that's how this project initiative was initiated. The checklist features many components. This is about how simple are transactions, how simple is the product description for the consumers given the design of the product. We are planning to have a meeting with your agency to have closer cooperation with you and to improve coordination in this process. Actually, we have some interesting plans in this regard. To be very brief, National Agency of the Competition has its own competencies within which we receive applications from the consumers. We start scrutiny of this process, and the protection of interests of consumers is of importance for us. We analyze policy and we establish whether or not this is in line with the law. National Agency of Competition establishes the standard according to which the sellers or traders need to operate at the Georgian market. And if they introduce another standard, and if your trust mark is incompatible with the trade policy, this may result in misleading the consumers, and this is where the coordination with our agency would be of utmost importance. Yes, indeed, and I can tell you even more about it. Why do we want to have a meeting with you to improve this coordination? E-commerce is dynamic field, sphere. I thought that it covers and features only online gambling, but I was mistaken. So respectively, your data is very important because we need to tailor everything to your data, because within a short period of time, a lot of things may change. That's why building up business and working relationship with your agency is of utmost important. Oleko, I have another question to you. Application on the part of the consumers, is it high? Is it growing? And I want to know what is the current situation in that regard. May I sit? In terms of rates of application, our agency, or rather our department to be more precise, the Department of Protection of Consumers' Rights has been established for a year and a half, but on the daily basis, we get as much as 10 applications minimum, and 5% of these 65% of these applications are related to electronic e-commerce. On the other hand, I need to tell that e-commerce law has not yet entered into the force, but what is important to speak about is to delineate between intermediary providers and the sellers, traders. So far, the bylaw is already prepared and drafted by us, and we will start its implementation from January 6. According to the law on consumers' rights protections, we faced a challenge. This is to delineate between sellers and intermediary providers. So respectively, we introduced a standard in line with European standards. Our agency established that if intermediary service provider is only a provider of intermediary service, then in respect to particular seller, this provider shall provide every single piece of information as stipulated by the law, whether these are safeguards or guarantee or any other related information. And if this intermediary is also serving as intermediate provider and is a seller at the same time, they need to inform the consumers about it. And providing information to the consumer is one of the key issues under the law on consumers' rights protection. But following the e-commerce law, we even specified the details about responsibility to provide more information to the consumers. 65% of all the applications are related to these particular issues. Ucha, you will have next question. No, first you. Okay. It is very important that the Agency on Consumers' Rights Protections is present here. Together with PATA's organization, we are implementing a project. And I think that the spirit of the law is about minimum intervention in this process. There is a lot of room of freedom so that the market players and consumers agree on many issues without engagement of the agency. What is the agency's opinion about it? Because there are white spots, so to say, when we are talking about great degree of freedom. And what is your understanding of this these white spots. Can't hear. The law establishes minimum requirements. I understand that the seller can govern relationship on itself, but the law introduces minimum standard. What is important? We are talking about relationship, and B2C is very important issue because the consumer is not sufficiently protected. That's why providing information to the consumer is very important. And undertaking control over this minimum standard is very important so that we strike a balance at the market, meaning that on one hand, we need to protect consumers' rights, and our agency is always at the front line guarding the consumers' rights. And on the other hand, businesses can continue operation under the law. So implementing the requirements according to minimum standards is very important. This is about striking balance at the market. Eka, next question goes to you. And then Merab, to you. Eka, what are your future plans of the ministry within the scope of the reform? How do you plan to continue support of the reform process? Thank you for this question. The discussion was quite interesting together with the Agency on Competition. Ucha mentioned a project, and he said that they are cooperating with the e-commerce chamber. You mentioned the trust mark. And as I understand, these are those activities implemented with the support of USAID. Just because I have little time, I'll try to be as brief as possible to explain what we are talking about. After the law was adopted, as Ucha mentioned, we left large room for trusted flaggers principle. In other words, when we are entering into e-commerce, it is absolutely impossible to have one agency that is controlling everything, or at least to control particular services that should not be available online, but there should be particular mark indicating to the fact that it belongs to a particular category. Actually, there are many other aspects and directions to be considered, or sometimes there are unlawful contents available in the market. One particular agency cannot control and shall not even control these aspects. We can dispute a lot about these issues, and all these competencies cannot be featured only on the level of one agency. Trusted flagger principle, what does it mean? These could be either NGOs or different associations, the way it is done in Europe. And I also ask USAID to support us in this direction. And thank you so much, because as far as I know, you have two programs. One is Trust Marking, and the second is Trusted Flagger. And the implementation of activities in these two directions is very important. And Competition Agency has its own obligations under these activities and trends. But I will share my vision about it. Trusted marking does not need to be invented. We do not need to invent a wheel and introduce the Georgian standard. Some organizations issue this trusted marking. Many platforms have such kind of marking principle. They have their own standards, and according to their own assessment, if they identify a particular platform that meets their requirements, then these trusted marks are given to these platforms. What you are talking about is not what we are aspiring to. Actually, this is where I would like to ask support from USAID. When relevant association says that we will sit together, have a meeting, and create such kind of marking, then your question will be considered logical, but this is not what we want. I'm talking about what is needed for the platforms, and I would need to have the internationally recognized trusted marking given to me. And the aim of the project is about the fact that they are given a possibility to receive this trusted mark. And that will be a safeguard for the consumers at a later stage. If I am a consumer and if I go to particular platforms, I will check whether or not they have internationally recognized trusted mark. And then I enter into transactions and start transactions, because I have seen many platforms who do not have these markings, and I do not enter into transactions with them. We are not inventing a wheel. We do not even wish to invent a wheel. We want to use those trusted markings that are already recognized internationally. And then, in my opinion, we can have either an NGO or an association which already exists that makes me happy, and they will assess everything, and they will know what is the marking given for, and then they will advise other service providers to meet particular requirements in order to get this marking. The second issue is targeted directly to the consumers. This is to protect them against harmful interference caused by particular content. This could be harmful and it could be easy to identify. And then within the scope of the second project, we also received support, and I thank USAID once again for that. Actually, this discussion was very interesting. As to our future plans, we are focused on developing these directions, and also Digital Service Act was adopted in EU, and this Digital Service Act strengthens the foundation for trusted flaggers, but this is about introducing greater coordination components into this process. We plan to analyze this process alongside with European experts, and if needed, particular amendments will be introduced into the law, because we will introduce particular obligations for marketplaces. And if our law is focused only on intermediary service providers, and focused on those three that I already talked about, in the future, the Digital Service Act will also introduce particular rules of game for marketplaces. And we have an obligation to follow dynamic standards and to pace up with dynamic standards of the European Union. On the other hand, there is EBRD that is supporting us, and currently they are starting this activity and nobody knows yet about it. Everybody will be engaged in this process, marketplaces, associations, and please share your contact information with us, because involvement of associations in this process is also very important. Agency on Competition shall also engage in this process. EBRD will assess the medium or environment of e-commerce at our market and its compatibility with EU. Yeah, we are mainly focused on EU, but if you see, just because we do not yet have trusted market, our consumers are also interested in Chinese markets or interested in Amazon, the US markets, and they are also interested in Turkish platforms, Turkish markets. We want to ensure interoperability, which is very important for all of us. And this is where we start this cooperation with the BRT. We hope you will all engage in this process so that eventually we see what is going on at the market of e-commerce, and support from USAID will also be very important, because they are supporting us in this reform in the field of e-commerce, and they need to be fully engaged in this process. Thank you.
Thank you, Eka. From the point of providing an answer, you are in the process of developing this trust mark, and I was wondering whether or not you've looked into the international practices, or maybe you are planning, as Eka suggested, to do something in this respect. You know what, so far we want to get started, and once we get started, we'll see what will be the requirements in the market, and this is also some type of a business. So what will be the conditions to be met from the point of international entities that have trust marks. So of course, we are not going to reinvent the wheel, and we are going to borrow what's best in the international practices and take this on board. Of course, if you wish, you can reinvent the wheel, but the law is so whatever you invent, the trusted mark will need trust. It must have, or it will require international recognition. And so my request will be to, when we requested USAID to do these two projects, the trusted mark and trusted flag, and so I hope will have an opportunity to work with you, closely. But the major point is that our platforms should be able to get this international trust mark, because if you are planning on to introduce the standards for the trust mark to make it into an internationally recognizable or recognized one, it is a very long way. A simpler way is there's some trusted marks that are already out there internationally. So this is one of my ideas. It's good that you've started working on this, but maybe the existing trusted marks should be first started and best studied. Their best practices could be somehow taken on board, and so look at the providers and tell them what is it they are missing to meet the requirements of that trusted mark providers, and then to get this trusted mark, internationally recognized trusted marks. And okay, thank you for your piece of advice. We'll think about this. Nino Ciochelli. I also represent the USAID Economic Governance Program. And so we are one of the, initiators of the trust mark and the implementers of these activities. Together with the association, we work on this topic, and we are personally involved in this process. So what I would like to say, the initial task for us wasn't for this trust mark to be an introduction of an internationally recognized trust mark, or to introduce a trust mark from outside, from another country. So our goal is somehow to make sure that there's a trust in our domestic market. So these two things will not interfere with each other, but these small merchants, small platforms that trade inside Georgia could benefit from this. They do not have a wide area of, for their operations, and that this international trust mark may not be relevant to them. As it comes to small and medium-sized platforms, to help them to gain trust in our domestic market, they could get this trust mark. This will be for our domestic use. This is what we are talking about. And the associations would have undertaken the task somehow to have a European trust mark introduced and used here. This could be something for the future, but at this point in time, we are thinking about introducing this trust mark for our domestic market. As to the platforms oriented towards exporting goods and services, because we can give it a thought to this in future, maybe this could be an additional direction of our work for the association. We could work together on this in future. As to reinventing the wheel, no wheel was reinvented, as a matter of fact, and the association looked at the practices to the European trust mark, its checklist, and we looked into other international experienced entities that run trust marks. And first of all, also, it looked at our legislation. And because for the trust mark, the market for this will be the domestic market. And built on this, there will be higher standards, higher planks, although this is not too complicated, because as has already been mentioned, we must start from somewhere. We cannot talk about very high standards and high requirements from the very beginning, but there should be some starting point from which to start. And your cooperation is very important. The practice is just being shaped, and we are in the process of shaping this practice as we speak. And of course, there should be a lot of coordination up until this practice is finalized. There are a lot of exceptions and a lot of things related to possible or potential, let's say, disputes. And when the whole process gets, let's say, matured, and because now we are in the process of development, you and Trustmark and the association, but we expect that eventually we'll come up with something tangible. But there's always room for improvement and for further development. I think this is a very robust discussion that we're having, and we have a very good platform. That's why there's so many participants present at this meeting. Had the ministry wanted to do it on its own single-handedly, then there wouldn't be so many stakeholders invited. So we could have done it single-handedly. We wouldn't have given this to the association to proceed with this. No, we wanted it to be participatory. And as to how you distinguish between small vendors and medium-sized or large vendors, it's awareness raising, maybe it's not very important, essential thing. Let's say if a dispute mechanism works well, it's very instrumental, that will contribute to the trust. And also, when you look at the practices and so these providers, they meet their obligations. Whose Trustmark are we doing, for the market or internet service providers? If these are interest providers that are direct members of TRUA or TUA, and the platform www.thing, then this will be a Trustmark for them, not for ECA, who is selling, say, perfumes. It's not their Trustmark. This is a Trustmark for a technical platform. That means that if your platform vanishes for tomorrow, it may vanish because it doesn't enjoy trust. So, it should, those platforms, if they work properly, then the consumer should get the items that they have purchased. Of course, there should be no excessive intervention. So we're talking about Trustmarks for platforms. So Ucha, I think that your people should be involved with the association of small and medium-sized and entrepreneurs. These are the intermediaries, service providers, not just UCHAs, they're larger organizations and marketplace and larger operators in the marketplace. So, but UCHA's association will be the major conduit of this, say, process. And from this point of view, Trustmark is very relevant. So I think it is worthwhile to have another meeting together to discuss this. Yes, we are going to do this. We only have taken our first initial steps. It's very gratifying that we have done this, and there is so much interest. And of course, we are planning to do more meetings. I am a lecturer and an expert in open governance, and so I have a question to Levent Sogo about the e-commerce. How much is paid for using directly cash, for instance? Do you have any data on that? Cash and payments using cryptocurrency. So, for instance, when couriers get items and they get payment in cash, we have a private sector represented in this meeting, and they may know more about the specifics of particular firms. So I cannot tell you now what's the share of the total of the cryptocurrency payments or cash payments in the overall market. I'm unable to answer this. Thank you. Any other questions? In such a case, I have a question to you, Ucha. Could you come forward in respect of trusted plugger? Eka mentioned this. Could you just brief us on what are your plans and where you stand in this term? Thank you for this question. Let me give you a very brief information on this. Together with the e-commerce chamber, we're working on this, and our goal is, as Eka mentioned, the EU regulation. This is not a recommendation. This is a regulation that sets forth the requirements as to what the trusted plugger should be like and what requirements it should meet. And once again, many thanks to USAID, it provided a lot of help. We were able to also hire experts to dive into this so that we could have some alternative options that are close to the ideal and see what options there are in Europe, in the developed markets in Europe, in the United States. And when the experts develop recommendations, we will see what can be done, because our major stakeholders are the platforms, and these decisions will be taken with their wide participation as to which model will be most suitable for Georgia, and we'll make a selection, and then we'll make a recommendation to all the stakeholders and to the market so that we have this leeway. Because when the parliament adopted this law, when it was drafting Zwia this year, many of you were involved in the drafting of this law at the initial stage. So where there is a principle, so the minimal interference, the state looks only into the transactions or money transfers. So we want to have a maximally free market, and which is harmonized with the internationally accepted practices. Of course, there were countries, there's some experiences that were able to draw some lessons. We would like to use those lessons drawn elsewhere. So that's why it's very important that we do this project properly, and there's a matter of several months left. By autumn next year, we'll finalize the process. There will be meetings in Tbilisi, but to me elsewhere. So I think we'll finalize this work by next fall. Thank you, Ucha. I have a question. And so you said you will finalize this by fall. So could you somehow clarify or specify what is that you will finalize? So my question is as follows. Are you somehow finalizing the best practices study or something else? Or are you planning, as we discussed with Tamuna, who's going to be the assessors? There will be assessors as in the format of the classic trusted mark granting. So who'll be doing this assessment? So if you get some information that so somebody complaining that one's rights are being violated, and the platform must be locked down or shut down or removed. You assess the situation. So what would you do? Are you going to give the instructions? Our major goal and ambition is to simplify the life for the consumers, first and foremost. And in the final proposal, we'll have some topics related to the copyright, and it's a hot potato in Georgia, let me say so. And a lot of problem issue. This is related to the copyrights, of course, and to the takedowns of the platforms. So our ambition is for the applicant not to go further, and the dispute is resolved directly communicating with the platform, and they shouldn't have to go further on, and the final instance will be the court. It is a very lengthy as well as a very costly process, but applying to the respective services is also a challenging one, and this is where this intermediate link will come in. And operators are going to put together the staff for the assessors, but there will be a selection for the assessors, and the EU regulation says that it must be unbiased, impartial, and the trust markers, so the granting must be maximally unbiased. So are you also doing some notes? No, we're not doing notice of takedown, a prior notice of takedowns. We are working on developing the scope of authority. And so my request was also to USAID, if you are developing this, I believe that this prior notice on takedown should be also something that should be taken into account and some incorporated in this. So if you tell a member and you assess this on the, but if they must be taken down, I think it will be a good idea for Georgia to have, and if it's to have something, and I don't know what negotiations were all about and what conditions will allow. So there should be some rules. A trusted flagger in Europe have a rule, so they inform the operator in advance about the takedown, whether it should be taken down totally, or some component must be taken down. I think that this notification on the takedown should be incorporated also. We in the law have a excellent provision, which is actual knowledge provision, or provision related to the actual knowledge. And so let's see what it is. So it all depends on the content and whether it's taken down, how it's taken down. And it's also related to the risk of censorship and the freedom of expression on the other hand. So this is a very delicate topic and requires more thinking. But the SAC Patenti has worked on this for some time, on the takedown procedures, and they have developed their own vision as to how the takedown should be performed. When it was not, had it been within the scope of their competence. Now this process has been stalled, but we do hope that this will continue further on and resumed, and we hope these things will develop. One more question, Ucha. This is a topic which merits lengthy discussions. It may take a whole day, but last question for the audience. So 2 persons willing to ask a question, and then we'll have a break.
Internet and the quality of the internet. And my question is about, have you considered the equal access of all the actors, customers and all the actors to the e-commerce systems and through the internet? I mean, the equal for the inhabitant of Tbilisi and somebody from the mountains. And this is not only about the speed, and if you have considered it, how it is measured. Thank you.
Okay, it is not a question to the association, but it is a question for the ministry.
I'll respond in Georgian to you, Bahan. Equal access is one of the fundamental principles of the European Union and one of the fundamental principles for our government also. This is to ensure equal access of population, and this is about major challenges that we are faced with in terms of universal access to the system. I'm talking about people living in the capital and other cities as well as in rural areas. I think that there will be another panel that also focuses on these issues, and we will also have a better understanding as to what the government does to ensure equal access for our population to interest. Including also access according to different categories, mean that even persons with disability should have equal access opportunity. This is a matter of a different panel. We do have quite a number of programs, and we even launched a project on these issues. Many thanks to you, Eka, and the final question. Ucha Bakhtadze. This is not a question, but I want to continue the topic that was now discussed. I represent Social Media Council. You mentioned trusted flaggers, and in terms of moderation of the content, I need to tell you that just recently we have set up the Social Media Council in Georgia, and international as well as national academia are involved in this process. And the idea is to ensure cooperation with the platforms and to moderate the platform. I would like to tell you about our approach. Just recently, UNESCO guidelines were issued on how the electronic platforms could be governed. This is the guideline, and this is the document which mentions these councils as intermediary chain, which on one hand will ensure protection of freedom of expression standards in our country, and on the other hand, considering the content, it will be responsible for takedown or blocking of particular contents. Against the background of having a discussion on these issues, when such kind of a council organization is already established in our country, and the interest is also very high, and Georgia is one of the pioneers where such kind of councils are already established, and starting from next year we will start active work on these issues. And we are also talking about receiving applications like Oversight Board on Facebook. This council will perform the function of a quasi-judiciary, and it will actually focus on particular data requested by the people and to what extent it is in line with the Georgian and international standards regarding freedom of expression, and whether or not there is need for particular platform to respond to such kind of issues, because there are also linguistic barriers because of which there are certain kind of algorithms that are late in terms of takedown of particular content. Yeah. You talked about trust, but it also depends on the ideology behind these trusted flaggers to fight against bias and partiality. We are talking about principle of neutrality. That's why, based on our organization, we will ensure impartiality, because this entity, this council, is composed of academia and those that are involved in digital governance issues from different 15 countries, starting from US, finished with New Zealand, are also members of the council. And I do believe that cooperation with the Social Council would be important for you. Yes, thank you for this information. We will definitely cooperate with this organization, with this council. Today, we already identified many prospects for future cooperation, and even the USAID Economic Governance Program supports the government as well as private sector, and we will do our best to support you in terms of communication as well as in terms of implementing different activities. This panel is now coming to an end, and Eka, for the last comment only, Ucha, I know, we are lagging behind the schedule, but anyway, this is a very important and fundamental principle mentioned here. This is about freedom of expression, and I represent the government, and I definitely need to respond and tell you that our primary objective has always been about ensuring openness of internet, access to internet, but also protection, including freedom of expression to be ensured in online space. This is my response to your comment, my feedback to your comment. That's why we engage USAID in this process. There is nothing that is impossible for us. We could actually mandate COMCOM to work on these issues. They are actually independent, but they are financed the government respectively. There is no full independence. So respectively, we need a player that is entirely independent. That's why even in Europe, we have associations and NGOs involved in that sector. That's why we have this sector or these particular issues left open in the law. I know that UCE is involved in very challenging issue, and may God help you in your undertaking and endeavor, because this is really very difficult. We need to maintain and respect freedom of expression, and that's why the government left this process, stepped out of this process, because this process should be ensured this process need to be guaranteed to be free and impartial entirely. And actually, there is no possibility for abuse of freedom of expression in this regard. Many thanks to everyone for your interactive discussion. Now we have a coffee break.
Internet Governance Forum. The title is Georgia at the Crossroads of International Data Connections and the New Challenges of Internet Fragmentation. So there are two parts to it, but they complement each other. The panelists are Eka Kubusidze, Head of Communications, Information and Modern Technology Department of the Ministry of Economy and Sustainable Development. It's a long name. Van Hosepian, External Relations Officer of RIPE NCC. We will have online panelists, Eka Medadze, member of the National Communications Commission, and Mr. Himant Singh Sandhu, Digital Development Specialist of the World Bank. Thank you. Greetings. Well, I think this is going to be a very important session because it's about infrastructural projects going across Georgia, digital communications and internet promotion projects. There was a Silk Road some time ago, and there is the Middle Corridor Initiative later on. That's quite successful. And in this regard, it will be appropriate, I believe, to give the floor to the representative of the Ministry of Economy and Sustainable Development, who is coordinating the process. Once again, many thanks. I'd like to greet all of you. So, international connectivity is a very important topic. One of the priorities for Georgia at this period, because geographically, Georgia can use this possibilities at the crossroads from Europe to Asia, which is very important for connectivity, for the quality of signal, and in terms of tariffs. And also the regulations that are harmonized with the EU standards, but there is more room for improvement, a lot more to do so that we're fully harmonized with the EU. It's also doing business indicators where Georgia is quite high. It's been quite high and remains quite high, and this is a conducive environment from the point of view of regulations that Georgia has. In order to fully utilize these potentials that Georgia has, the Georgian parliament and Georgian government adopted decisions on the national strategy for the development of broadband internet. And so one of the strategic goals is promoting digital connectivity. And this involves two things: physical connectivity via the Black Sea between Georgia and the EU, and also the major line connecting Europe and Asia. And also, these are the data exchange centers, formation or setting up these data exchange centers should be neutral. We're not talking about the state building these using dotations. It's a separately standing project. The government may have a data center of its own, so it's going to be a component of the whole endeavor or not. This remains to be seen, but our goal is to introduce big players and to form the larger data center that will have three pillars and three operators involved in exchange of data. We are interested to bring those in Georgia to serve region, to turn Georgia into a regional hub from this point of view. These are major directions as far as the strategy is concerned. It's very important also how ready the internal networks are developed and our infrastructure is well developed. And so there are 7 gateways that Sandra will confirm to connect with our neighbors. As to the Black Sea, this is the shortest route, and so that's why we focus on the Black Sea route to digitally connect with Europe. This is one of the flagship initiatives on the part of the EU. It's not just Georgia interested in this, but EU too, and our neighboring countries as well. This is not a project that specifically belongs to one country, and this is a global scale project where cooperation, collaboration is very important. And Bahan, apart from what organization he represents, he comes from our neighboring country. And it's very important that we get connections from, say, from Georgia via, Armenia to Iran to Central Asia and through to China. And then another direction is Europe, Frankfurt hub. And so this is the concept that we have towards we aspire. And what is the role of the government? In this case, the role of the state here is to contribute to the extent possible to the development of this process. As I already said, the state tries to be somehow beside do not to intervene with the process. We do not want to monopolize something. We want to develop and to help the private sector to have their infrastructure developed. And one of the important components here is the trust. When we speak about connectivity, the trust is a must. The trust towards the operators of the certain countries with whom to cooperate. We're talking about cyber security, digital security that must be taken care of. There is a protection of personal data. We're talking about data centers and talking about big data. And we try to have minimum intervention into this. But this is not to say that the state is going to set aside and step aside and not to somehow be involved. But we will take care of the protection of the personal data. This is a requirement that is equally relevant and required for any operator, be it a Georgian or foreign. And compliance with the local legislation is also a must for all the operators. So the state should give an opportunity and to create conducive conditions for the operators to come in so that we could expand the alternative networks via the Black Sea. If we look at other, say, water bodies, that they are quite well networked, and the Black Sea only has one cable, the digital cable running. So respectively, together with the World Bank, we're working on this, and they carried out a pre-feasibility study for us, and soon a study will come out, and it turns out the amount of the traffic is increasing, and by the year of 2028, the increase will account to 30% and more. And again, we have this global traffic in the world. And so these global traffic routes will go through Georgia in future. And so we must be prepared for this and get ready for this. We must help the interested parties, the stakeholders, and the operators. So what we do the feasibility study from the point of view of attracting investments. And so there's a lot of areas in which to dive and to identify what potential we have, what capacity we have. One thing is governance, PPP, and public-private partnership. And so we will look at various scenarios and we'll see which one will be most suitable to apply and to use as we develop our connectivity. We also talked with the committee Communications Commission, why do we do not see them as an actor from the point of view of having them as a trusted flagger, because they are financed through the state. So we want this to be an independent body. So a regulatory body, the Communications Commission, is independent. This is not to say they are dependent on the state. And the degree of independence is, I would say, is higher compared to similar counterparts in European countries. And many European experts have pointed out that the degree of independence of the Commission is something worthwhile and borrowing from in other countries to take on board as a practice. So, these body regulates the market, but they do not take into account the interests of operators in many situations in other countries, so discard this. And so they are only concerned about contributing to competition. And when it comes to trusted flaggers, say Endeavor, those international organizations that will be financed by their members, so their major ambition will be to support the interests of those who somehow pay them. And so the regulatory commission is there also to make sure the state interests are protected and taken care of. Eka, you mentioned the World Bank, so you work with the World Bank and their supporters. As one of the projects, we have a doctor, Mr. Himat, and so the question will be where the work, where do we stand in terms of conducting this survey, and what are the challenges, and what is the current status? Mr. Himat, the floor is yours. Mr. Himat, can you hear us? We cannot hear you.
Greetings. We cannot hear you.
Sorry, colleagues, I cannot hear anything on my side. Am I audible?
It's okay.
We can hear you now.
Himat, greetings to you. We are happy that you managed to join us.
რეპორტთან დაკავშირებით შეკითხვა გქონდა თუ მსოფლიო ბანკის რეპორტი?
Uta, we have a question about the World Bank report. The report that is being prepared currently together with the Ministry of Economy. What are key priorities under that report? Or findings? What is the current status?
I'm sorry, colleague, I'm getting a message saying that it's my turn to speak, but I don't really know what has been said so far and what the question to me is. So if somebody can put it in the chat, and I don't know what the technical issue over here is regarding the audio, because I do not hear anything from the room.
Hi, can you hear us? Can you switch to the interpreter channel? There's the icon globe in the bottom of your screen. Please click on this button and choose the English channel. Okay? Okay.
Hemad, do you hear? Hemad? იქნება ვაჰან მანეგამ. მითხრან, იმათგან მესმის. In general, when we have such kind of forums organized, we always have Wi-Fi related technical problems for some reason. Yeah. We do apologize.
We have some question about the report of World Bank with our Minister of Economic and Stability. And what about this? How is the priority? How is your recommendation? So, please.
Sure. I think the topic you're referring to over here is inter-regional connectivity between Europe, South Caucasus, and other parts of the sub-regions around. So that's Central Asia and the Middle East. So with regards to this, we see definitely at the World Bank that there's a very high potential for the South Caucasus region to start improving its role as a more important node on the international connectivity networks between Europe and Asia, particularly. Currently, there's one cable system that connects directly between Bulgaria and Georgia. There's a lot of terrestrial connectivity at the moment going through Turkey, going through also Russia, and of course between the South Caucasus countries. The changes in the political economy, the conflicts in Ukraine, and a lot of and of course also the pressures that were put on international connectivity through COVID have increased the potential to develop more alternative pathways and develop more resilient international connectivity networks for various countries. And Georgia, of course, is one of them, as well as Georgia's neighbors in the region that rely on each other for transit and international access. In that regards, we believe there's an opportunity as well, not only to improve the resilience of the networks, but also to look at a more forward-looking or a future prospect, wherein increased connectivity can also start seeding the need for increased data processing as well as data storage, which, I mean, as all of you know, is essentially a data center market, right? The South Caucasus region in general, we see that there's a lot of digitalization efforts going on in all three countries. However, the local cloud market, the local data center market is still a little fragmented and of a smaller scale. The telcos are, of course, working on their own internal infrastructures, as are some of the banks who tend to be some of the larger consumers. And we also see the public sector is doing a lot internally in-house. But again, there's a chance to aggregate, there's a chance to look at a more collaborative approach where the data center market as well can be opened up a lot more to the private sector in a neutral manner that can ensure that you have specialization, so that a lot of the in-house capacity that is being used by the various stakeholders is actually moving more towards outsourced models, and that can be a lot more specialized. One more reason we see why that is a good opportunity and would make sense for the region is that it allows for a lot more consolidation around matters such as cybersecurity, which is a big concern. Instead of every single stakeholder having to manage their own cybersecurity teams and get that kind of top talent in each of the organizations by deploying local clouds, by deploying, let's say, edge nodes of the global cloud players, and maybe in the future even a full presence of a large global cloud player. You are able to benefit from the centralized cybersecurity, data protection, and other protective measures that these infrastructures can have. This is through our consultations that we do in the region. We are hearing repeatedly from the stakeholders that cybersecurity tends to be a concern, and that is being addressed as much as possible through just internal talent, as well as developing as many software-related solutions as possible. However, and I think this is perhaps a little bit of a theme in the region at the moment, and it's understandable that there's been a bit of a slowness with regards to aggregating and being able to collaborate on these matters. So we hope and we see a future over here where there's a chance where the public sector can also play a good role in stimulating some of the requirements, in stimulating the market around data infrastructure and cloud, as well as in trying to bring together the various sector stakeholders in Georgia, in Armenia, Azerbaijan, and also Central Asia, Middle East, to try and see how these connectivity corridors between Europe and these sub-regions can be developed. We want to highlight again that this is not a zero-sum game. This is not an opportunity only for one country or one operator or one stakeholder. Instead, this is something that is that's going to benefit everybody involved. If you look at the parallels from any other linear infrastructure sector, whether it is transport or energy, trade and logistics, every time corridors or multiple countries have come together, or companies have come together to develop seamless connectivity between two regions, the benefits have actually been spilled over across all stakeholders in that environment. So we see over here a great potential. There's, of course, challenges at the moment with regards to developing infrastructure in the Black Sea, given the conflict. However, there's still enough time to be able to start putting together the various joint ventures that may be required, already doing pre-purchase agreements between stakeholders and working collaboratively with the various country partners along the way to see how seamlessly the South Caucasus can become a point-to-point connectivity node, essentially a major node on point-to-point connectivity. One of the other drivers, of course, in addition to cybersecurity and resilience of the region, is that a lot of the submarine cable systems and international connectivity between Europe and Asia currently go through a few very critical choke points, like the Suez Canal. We saw the impact of the Evergreen ship getting stuck over there on the trade networks, and all of us in the telecom sector can understand what happens if the submarine cable systems that are going through the same Suez Canal are also impacted. We would essentially be looking at congestion between at an interregional traffic level. So things like these are real drivers. There are also higher risks of earthquakes and other natural disasters in the region where a lot of the submarine cables are currently going through over the next 20-year timeline. If we look at projections that are coming from the various climate databases and modeling and models that exist around the world. So to even start thinking already of these potential risks in the future, it creates the opportunity to then look at alternate routes. However, the main question over here is why has that not happened yet? Since this is not the first time that this is being discussed, the telcos in the regions have also are of course part of this market, so they're aware of the requirements, they're aware of the potential demand. So that is something that we at the World Bank are very keen to understand. We are very keen to also play a role as much as possible to bring together the various sector stakeholders through forums like these and others in the future to start talking about what are the gaps and what are the requirements that are currently missing from the market for us to be able to move towards this. One of the other issues that I'd like to maybe talk about is the need for market signaling and a little bit of leadership on this agenda. When we look at multi-country submarine cable or terrestrial international connectivity projects, they tend to have a few champions and they tend to have very robust collaboration agreements, and they also tend to have certain activities around harmonization of the legal regulatory regime controlling impacting international connectivity that can help make sure that future customers of these corridors actually have a lot of ease in terms of the reporting requirements and so on and so forth. So that is another area where we feel that the South Caucasian countries can actually come together in pairs to develop the two corridors towards the Middle East and towards Central Asia, and try and harmonize their requirements around transit, around international connectivity, so that future customers of any of these corridors can actually are not burdened by additional reporting and multiple regulatory regimes. And maybe before I close, I'd like to, I cannot see, of course, the audience members over there, but maybe just to change things up a little bit, in a panel discussion, I'd also like to throw a question back towards the audience. If we have members of the telecom operators, large and small, to hear from them what they see as the potential as well, and whether what are the main gaps according to them that can be actually filled, to start looking at this collaboration a little more actively, and to see whether it's a challenge around leadership, whether it's a challenge, of course, around the political economy that exists given the conflict, or whether it's a commercial challenge, whether it's financing or the potential that, you know, the market size itself is something that is not being viewed as large enough for the various operators. So I'll pause here, and perhaps this question of mine instead of a response can be taken up towards the end in case we do have some of the operators present in the audience. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, if you have any questions to Himat, you can ask a question. There will be a possibility for several questions. No, I have a question to Ms. Eka, but do you have a question to Himat? You? Our next panel is the representative of the Communications Commission, Eka Imedadze. And we had a very good contribution from Eka Kubutidze. And so would like to know whether or not you are involved in this mid corridor, and what are your challenges and how you are involved. Greetings. I'd like to greet all those present, all of the participants. Can you hear me? Yes, we can hear you fine. I greet the panel participants and the panelists. First of all, I'd like to say that I'm delighted to have this opportunity to participate in IGF online this time, from a distance this time, but it's very important I have a chance. I'm delighted to see that the Commission continues to be a partner in all of these endeavors. Many thanks to all the supporters and the organizers of this forum. So this topic of this panel has become a traditional one, so promoting a digital hub and connectivity. And so it features in the title of the panel, although it has more technical implications, but the meaning remains the same. So this topic features for a third time, as a matter of fact, at the Internet Governance Forum. And we're discussing this for a third time now. And my experience is, and my conclusion is that the implications, the importance of this topic is increasing, and the interest on the part of the international organization is scaling up, going up by the year. So I'll try to focus now on how the Commission is involved in this work. As Eka already pointed out, it's a very important thrust of our activities, and we cooperate closely with the ministry. And together with them, we implement the competencies that are our own competencies, the scope of competence of our Commission. So where we can step in, how we see ourselves in this process. Theoretically, it's only too understandable, but we're working to do the market study of the broadband and to identify what challenges we have in respect of connectivity, in respect of access and openness. You may know that forget about the region or globally, one of the important directions is for us to have harmonized legal framework and have equal, so level playing field, and the rules that are observed and respected. It's important that these game rules are used in functioning of all the actors to see where the gaps are. If we do not have sufficiently strong infrastructure domestically, perhaps we could look at the regional networks, and so it will be difficult to speak about becoming a regional hub from this point of view. So it will be hard for Georgia to position itself as a regional hub. But we have the Black Sea coast. It's a very important asset for Georgia, but we must be using this to the best of our ability. There must be an enablement so that we could fully utilize this potential and derive benefit from this. And for the Commission, it's important for it to assess what infrastructure we have, whether it's accessible physically, economically, in general. From the point of view of the population, whether or not the digital services are accessible, innovative, whether the market is open for them, to assess the situation in the country so that we go to an international investor or regional investor to position our country, to represent our country, to demonstrate the benefits, so that we're able also to demonstrate and show that our practices, our legal basis harmonized with that of European Union, and also we actually introduce all of these mechanisms that are relevant for having neutral data centers, and they will, so that there is a conducive environment and climate for operating such centers. This is a very important component, and Sandra will speak about this later on. So for Georgia to become a hub, it's important that IXP system is well functioning. Also, what I would like to say is that this is something new, and it happened in the period of 2020 to 2023. And you may be interested to hear that the network of EU regulatory bodies of the communications, so which is called the BEREC. You may have heard about this, and brings together the regulatory bodies of electronic communications in the European Union. And this year, in September, organized a fairly large-scale workshop, and the title was the International Submarine Communications, Connectivity and Independent Data Corridors. And the major topics, themes were the digital sovereignty and the new geopolitical threats and related to the digital sovereignty, and the priorities are being reviewed. The consultation process is open, and they are discussing how the regulatory commissions and bodies could help to promote the submarine connectivity networks, to review these policies, to streamline this, to set in place some incentives so that the big players would find it useful for them to be a part of the Google, Microsoft, Orange, Telecomentaria, be a part of this workshop. And talking about the regulatory environment, I believe those big platforms that will move large information through this infrastructure. We want to be a conduit for this. They talked about their visions and reflections, how they see future development of their business models, and how regulatory bodies in the European Union could contribute to this and elaborate some mechanism to facilitate this. And consultation process is open, and I believe that for us at the Communications Commission, it will be very useful. We follow this process very closely, and we cooperate with BEREC in this part, because once the new vision is developed, so we want to be a part of this. Also, there was some continuation that took place, because there was a meeting of the participants of the regulatory networks in October this year, and Georgia is a part of the Eastern Partnership group of countries, and Georgia is a chairperson in this process, and we were requested to represent, to present presentation, to make a speech or make a presentation at the panel, and Berek asked this, and to contribute to this discussions. It was called the success stories and experience in terms of promoting a strong connectivity globally. And it was about submarine cables, satellite connectivity, it has already been mentioned. And we talked about the Black Sea related potentials. We talked about these digital technologies that are important, and what potential role Georgia could play in this. And we, in fact, want to continue to be a part of large-scale initiatives, always, wherever possible. And one country cannot do this single-handedly, and this whole endeavor belongs to the entire region, and the benefits will be split between the countries in the region. And the vision of BEREC and the European Commission was somehow for Georgia to present its positions about its potential capacities, because they expect that it will undertake the leadership role there. And also, let me say a couple of words. There was, say, an example of Ukraine. Alongside with that, there was an example of Portugal drawn about the submarine cables and international connectivity. We talked about the connectivity lines through Portugal, for instance. This is the extreme western part, where you're talking about Portugal, and we're to the east of it. So it was very interesting to hear also about the sub-river connectivity under the river of Amazon and what infrastructure they have. It was a very interesting presentation. This was made by representatives of regulatory bodies, and so their experience is very instrumental, will come very handy for us somehow to initiate certain projects, whatever will be suitable for our country. And one more thing that Eka mentioned, and I'd like to echo this. It's worthwhile to mention the interest on the part of the partners in the European Union towards Georgia is increasing, and the European International Bank has announced the launching of the project, the tender for this EU for Digital platform project. And so we are talking about this specifications, and this project will concentrate on Georgia and Armenia, and the description of the project is as say a way to enhance the international connectivity between Europe and the Caucasus region. And why these two countries are mentioned? Because the existing infrastructure should be somehow assessed, identified, in order to identify the potential. And on our part, proceeding from the scope of competence of the Commission, the framework of the market supervision, we were a part of this process. We provided information. Now we're looking forward to getting the results of the studies undertaken by the EU. So what will be the conclusions? It's EID that's carrying out this project. And finally, now one more thing. And to point out what is it that we did to promote the development of this digital hub project or the initiative, to support this initiative, to put together the preconditions for Georgia to become a hub, and how the hub and how the Commission can be involved in producing this conducive environment. We organized a study visit to Holland, and there was one initiative also came from Ireland, because it is indeed a place of global or location of international connectivity hub. And so it has a large-scale submarine internet infrastructure. The first cable was laid there that connected Ireland to the USA, and then now they have a more ramified network, which is very important for the infrastructure. These digital corridors, submarine corridors are very important, and so they offered and shared their experience with us as to what is this ecosystem all about, how it should be developed and shaped, and it must be so formulated with the on the base of the partnership of the state regulatory body and the private organizations. Of course, these as a lengthy process, countries took tens of years to become reliable digital hubs. And so we heard about what steps were taken, what lessons they drew, positive and negative, what can be taken on board. It was a very interesting visit with very interesting presentations, and we had representatives who talked about how they go about cooperating with potential investors to say choose Ireland as their location for their further operations. And as it is a member of EU, then this is a practice that could be somehow accommodated, taken on board by Georgia and applied. So for the region, it's important, as a matter of fact, where the location of the hub will be decided to be put in. And Ireland takes a very important niche from this point of view. And so we heard about the specifics of this. And at last, I'm afraid I've taken more time than I was allocated anyway. Once again, what I'd like to say, the Commission is an active supporter of the whole processes. We are involved in this initiative. We try to get relevant experience, amass this experience, and position Georgia strongly and promote Georgia's reputation to somewhat demonstrate its potential for Georgia to become a regional hub. With our neighboring countries, and it's not only us, but say other countries, Romania, Bulgaria, and other EU countries will benefit from this, and it's the interest of many countries. And finally, what I would like to say is that it's important that we further continue harmonization and continue the processes aimed at opening the markets. And no, it's important that we demonstrate a leadership for us to become, say, an example, an exemplary actor, and become a player at the international level. And it's very important that Georgia is positioned as a country that's striving towards this ambition, and we're open for collaboration and cooperation. Many thanks, Eka.
Many thanks, Eka, for your information. And now we have one of the best friends of Georgia and the best friends of Georgian internet community. I would like to represent Mr. Vahan, who is a representative of RIPE NCC, and actually he will now share his experience with us. Vahan, the floor is yours, please.
Yes, that's quite interesting, and it's my pleasure to be here and to support the event as well. So what do we know now with all this digital transformation, with all these, let's say, industrial revolutions? What do we know? What will happen in future? And some cases I hear the phrases that we don't know what will happen with these artificial intelligence challenges, etc. What will be our next day? Will it be with computers, or will the robots govern us, etc.? But what we know for sure, it is that the data will be more. We will have much more data, much more traffic. All these IoT devices will talk to each other. We'll have more video content. We'll have more interactive content, etc. And that is the reality that will be for sure in future. And that is why, in fact, we are thinking about creating the infrastructures and solutions that can handle this traffic. And that is why we think about what will be our niche market, what will be our value for this future world, what will be the value of Georgia, what will be the value of Caucasus, how can we support these trends? And that is why we are already go to this creation of data centers, creation of international data traffic opportunities, and creation of corporations that can support this. Unfortunately, some people think that only private sector can make it. Well, if it is a good thing, if there is a market demand, why private companies don't make it? And they don't understand the reality of the regions. And the reality of the region is, even if we have a free market in some of our countries in the region, in our countries of the region, we have the markets that are heavily regulated and controlled by the state. And that is why there is a need of all the stakeholders together to use these opportunities. And I guess some of our partners have already understood that. And I guess in 2022, there was a big forum in Tbilisi. Okay, it was in 2024, two, I guess, Peering Forum. Two, yes. And there was a forum supported by the World Bank and the EU delegation and EBRD, the European Investment Bank. I don't remember the concrete partners, but it was about the creation of peering opportunities in the region to support the nomination of Georgia as a regional hub here. And using this geolocation of Georgia, it is quite understandable. So they have gathered partners from state, private, and industry organizations. And we have followed that, let's say, activity, and we had from 2022, sorry, we had another event for Central Asia that was called Central Asia, CAP, Central Asia Peering and Interconnection Forum, where we have started to discuss the opportunities for Central Asian countries to connect to Caucasus, to connect to the Middle East, to connect to other regions. Because if you want to utilize these opportunities, you should consider all these countries. And that is why we brought there not only Central Asian countries, but also Iran, and also some operators from the Caucasus as well. And it would be really good if Georgian operators will also join this initiative and come in 2024 to Bishkek, because it is a free event. It is the event where main operators, middle-sized operators, and even small operators, and as well as the state bodies meet and discuss how they can promote international cooperation and international traffic. But to understand what do we want to promote, and what we need to strengthen, we need to have the understanding what and how to measure. And that is another initiative we do with ICANN, yeah. and it is called Internet Measurement Day. We have done the virtual one, second one, in fact, in Georgia, but we have now moved to the real-time, let's say, meeting format. We did this year already 2 meetings in Bishkek and in Moldova. And we will move to another of in-face meetings next year. So people, industry leaders can understand how to measure the internet, how to measure their development, how to measure if they need these international connections and where. And we provide them the instruments that we have, RIPE and CC have, that ICANN has, so they can measure this internet connectivity, they can measure the quality of services they provide in this field, and they can improve that. That is another thing. And the last thing I wanted to say, because we are, I guess, a bit limited with time, is the capacity building activities that we provide for the industry. Capacity building that can be used by the companies to have better understanding of the networks, of the work they do. This is the certification, this is the exams, this is the workshops and the trainings we do for it. That is free of charge for the community. And that they can just use to have better capacities to work in this area. And the very, very last thing is about the creation of new infrastructures. Sometimes it is considered as the competition. For example, like, why do you want to create the new infrastructures if we have already one infrastructure? Himat has already infrastructure. Himat has already mentioned that there is only one cable system connecting Georgia and, in fact, the region to the Europe, but submarine one. The thing is that with all this increasing data, even new and even all the infrastructures will be used for all their potential. And that is why this is beneficial for all existing and new infrastructures. It is not the thing that we are fighting against the existing infrastructures. This is about creating the alternatives. This is not about having the cable system through Armenia or through Azerbaijan or through Turkey. This is about creating alternatives because we have so many challenges in this world. And when we have a problem with one cable, at least we will have a chance to use another cable to deliver our service there. Yeah, maybe that is it. Thank you.
Thank you, Baghan. We have a little time, so why don't we get down to questions? The first question from the audience, it's a question to Eka, if I'm not mistaken. Greetings, Ms. Eka. You've been working over years in respect of a regional hub. I was wondering, why nobody has actually expressed any interest to step in, and why the regulatory body doesn't provide protection to businesses from high prices for internet connections. So I'll try to take this question from my own perspective, and the representatives of the Commission also, the many representatives, they could also take your question. First of all, your first question, why I do not understand. Your question is about why we do not still have an investor or a company? Okay. It's a good question, as a matter of fact, and Baghan also said that some people think that it's up to the private sector to do this. And in my presentation, I mentioned models. PPP model, it's just the state alone or the private sector alone. And so we'll see the actual findings after the study is completed. As to the best practice in the EU, this is what I have mentioned. As a matter of fact, once again, the state is facilitating the process. This is not to say that the state is standing aloof of this process, and it would like to step away from that. Of course, it's not going to stand aloof. because the telecommunications is a regulated field, and it has an independent regulatory body, and to make sure that the competition is not limited, and also to pursue the state policy, make sure that the state policies are supported. This is a global topic. This digital connectivity is not only about putting together one network, and that's the end of it. Of course, we're talking about cybersecurity. We're talking about the protection of the data, and this is where we can see the role of the state. Why we do not have any, say, large players coming to Georgia? And Vahan mentioned this study, and after that, we saw a high interest, and it's very. I'm very happy to see this. I'm not going to give the names of those companies, but we have official applications and requests, and also I have had some people were contacting me that are representatives of the potential investors or authorized persons, and I have received quite a few requests of interest. And then, but this is a global topic, and Himad and Vahan talked about that. This is not the matter of one country or one operator, and of course you put together a cable, but you require a partnership, because it's moving things from A to B, and this is a global topic. And we are doing a feasibility study to attract investors, and we'll have a scenario for the development that's most suitable for Georgia. And then this will be followed by very specific steps. And of course, will involve all the stakeholders, and I'm delighted to see that there are many. And of course, I will be very happy to put them in touch, because they should cooperate with each other. I'm looking at Vahan as representative of Armenia. We have talked about the hub topic a lot. It's Armenia, Azerbaijan, European countries, not just Europe, because this will take us to Dubai eventually, and Azerbaijan could take us further to China. So this is about intercollaboration and collaboration between the stakeholders and interested parties. And there are a lot of things that requires a lot of licenses, permits, and this is where the facilitation will be required. The second question. So I know you've been working in this area for a long time. And so retail tariffs for internet are not regulated in Europe or elsewhere as to the wholesale tariffs. And the Commission did this at the initial stage. You would actually agree with me, you know all about this. And the tariffs for internet have gone down after we've taken the respective steps, after we received this function and this authority. I'm not going to go further to speak about the scope of competence, and it's still working in relation to the wholesale tariffs to keep the market competitive and to contribute to the competition. As to the retail tariffs, is not regulated in either of the country, including EU.
Yeah, thank you so much. My question is the following. You have partly touched it upon, but maybe there will be more clarifications on that. During this season, I happened to be in several Central Asia countries, and I did some measurements myself. And what I was surprised to know that there is a huge pivot in the ways how traffic is distributed. Several years ago, we saw that the majority of traffic went through the Kazakhstan, then Russia and Finland and Sweden. Now, the majority of traffic comes to Azerbaijan, then to Georgia and to Europe. This is a huge pivot, actually. And you're probably aware of those two projects of the submarine cables on the bottom of the Caspian Sea from the Kazakhstan and Turkmenistan to Azerbaijan, which eventually will come to Georgia as well. And I have actually two questions, very brief. So the first one, do you have any discussions and consultations with the Central Asia countries on the governmental level or maybe on industry level, operators level? Because the Central Asia probably will be the main beneficiary of all those infrastructure, and the amount of traffic might just skyrocket in the coming years. And another one is also about the measurements. but slightly measurement from the slightly different angle. We should probably expect the huge level of traffic which will be coming in Georgia in the coming years, because the Georgia is very naturally becoming a major getaway to Europe and to all those core infrastructure of the internet. Do you have plans to do all those measurements about the upcoming traffic? Because this is the basis that should be taken into consideration while you are building all those infrastructure. Otherwise, if you do not know what to expect, it's quite hard to build the sufficient infrastructure. So these two questions to both speakers, whoever wants to pick it up. Thanks.
Okay, مطلوبة نشكل
Okay, thank you for your question. In general, I'll start with the first comment, and actually diversification is the primary objective. It is impossible for entire traffic to go only through one country or two countries. And definitely it means that number of traffics increase significantly. And whenever we are talking about digital economy, it is impossible to focus only on one point or one connectivity. There should always be alternative connections. And actually it is very good that these lines will go via Georgia, because Georgia ensures shortest way from Europe to Asia. Now, what concerns those two questions that you asked here, whether or not we have negotiations? Yes, we do have. Before we would start talking about these issues, we started together with the World Bank to discuss these aspects, and this potential of Georgia was always identified. This is not related only to telecom. We are talking in general about Georgia's potential to become a hub of telecommunications and industry, etc. So actually, Georgia should be seen as a hub entirely. Infrastructure itself could be seen in isolation from each other, but when it comes to the energy highway, even the memorandum was signed with Romania, with Azerbaijan, that is related to energy sector. And what concerns telecom, there are also analogous, similar processes. I'm often asked what is the obstacle for Georgia to become a hub. I'm not going to assess to what extent it is good or bad, but the obstacles, when it comes to the obstacles, this is about different visions, different regulations among these countries involved. Here we are talking about Central Asia and Europe mainly. What concerns Georgia, Georgia has and Georgia will have regulations that will be identical to EU's, and that's why I said that the government will mainly act as a facilitator in this process rather than creating the potential on its own. Not because we cannot do it, no. We want the market to be as much as possible free, and we also want these connection lines to be highly trusted by everybody. We did have many meetings, bilateral meetings. Georgia has platforms of economic cooperation with many of these countries, and digital cooperation is one of the important directions. I would definitely tell you that there are some obstacles, bottlenecks. This is about having different regulations between the countries. I understand that those countries might have different interests, we might have different interests, but we all have common interests to ensure connection between Europe and Asia. And if you, behind this question, we're also thinking about having agreements or contracts already signed. I can tell you that telecommunication agreements are signed with many countries. But if we are talking about this particular project in question, then following the economic feasibility studies, and if you are talking about it, once we finalize the survey, then it will not be a classical feasibility study, but rather a feasibility for attracting investments. And then we will better identify all these aspects, including the need for additional cooperation. And it will not be possible for Georgia not to cooperate with Armenia or neighboring countries, just the opposite, vice versa. How come that Armenia does not cooperate with Georgia, or Azerbaijan not to cooperate with Georgia, or any other country not to cooperate with us? Your question was really very good, but answer is simple. Yes, we do cooperate, and we will continue this cooperation. Now, what concerns measurement of the traffic, this is also an important issue. And we know that there is global trend about skyrocketing the number or volume of traffic, especially when we are talking about artificial intelligence, IoT, and robotics, and whenever we are talking about development of digital economy, that will definitely be triggering factor for increasing the traffic. The World Bank has undertaken pre-feasibility study. By 2030, it will increase by 30%, and then we will know that the share of global internet traffic by Georgia will be very high. And this survey that we have with World Bank is focused on these measurement issues. I hope I answered your question.
Thank you so much. Just a very short comment. Thank you. It's much more clear now. I just wanted to emphasize that Georgia has always been the gateway for the Caucasus region, for Armenia and Azerbaijan. But my point was that beside that, there's the Central Asia countries behind that who are joining those routes. And these, let's say, traffic outbreak will be defined not only by the natural growth of the internet, like 25% per year, but it could be a very rapid growth by rerouting of the traffic from other countries to Georgia. That was my point. But anyway, thank you so much for that.
Actually, that was also my answer. That is what I was talking about. We are not talking about traffics that are accumulated in the Caucasus only. We are also talking about traffic accumulated in Asia. We cannot be talking about the situation in the Caucasus. We are talking about high demand, and whatever is accumulated in Caucasus is not the only component we are considering. We are talking about Central Asia because Armenia and Georgia are jointly involved in it with Azerbaijan also. Europe is here, Asia is there, and we are talking about sharing the traffics. Eka, thank you so much. We are lagging behind the agenda, lagging behind the time. You can continue discussion in a formal environment. Now we need to wrap up this session because we are 15 minutes behind. And next session is related to the topic mentioned by Eka. Personal data protection will be considered by us. And next speaker is Kete Vankukava, who is head of the personal protection, data protection special interest group and Internet Society Georgia chapter. And I would now like to thank my panelists and to apologize for taking longer time.
First of all, let me thank the organizers of this forum for this opportunity to participate in this forum and speak about the personal data protection. And this issue acquires importance by the day because the processing of data is scaling up both in the public sector and private sector. And when it is processed unlawfully, illegally, then the interests of the concerned parties are harmed, they suffer. And why is it important? It is important to have the personal data protected because this is about providing free space for people to fully control the say boundaries of the spread of the information about themselves. But at the same time, here come the new potentials of interconnectivity, the ability of getting more information. One wouldn't say that there is no longer unimportant or irrelevant data because they could acquire importance in this context or another, and they may have an impact on personal life of a person. This year, in June, the Parliament adopted a new law on the protection of personal data. It was initiated back in 2019 and will be enacted in 2024. And through this, our legislation will be closer, will be harmonized with the EU standards. And why is it so important? Why it's important for us to introduce European standards? We all have heard about the general regulation, the GDPR, and the major goal is to ensure and safeguard protection of human rights, and it's very much seen as putting some burden on the organizations, but the major goal is a seamless exchange of data also. So uniform and consistent legal framework and existence of this is not only about the protection of personal data, but also about the seamless exchange of data. And there is Convention of 108, a modernized one of the European Union. Georgia hasn't joined it yet so far, regrettably. As to our new law, it is a very extensive law. It covers a lot of important issues. Let me sum it up. What novelties do we have? It's related. Some of the novelties is about accountability, also putting together a mechanism for assessing the impact of the protection of data, particularly to speak about the application of new technologies, because there is a threat that the rights of individuals could be encroached upon. So that's why it's necessary that there is an impact assessment carried out, and there are particular scenarios, situations where it is obligatory and mandatory. So this could be a form of self-regulation that is subject to monitoring, because it's a new thing. So those who process the data, actually, they could avoid the situations where they encroach upon the rights of the human rights of an individual. And there are certain criteria, and there's a normative act that's issued on this by the head of the service of the personal data protection. And also there's a system, the public organizations, PDPO, and also all large organizations, they are obliged to appoint, to have a dedicated officer for the data protection and to ensure also the adequate exchange of data. And many companies already have such positions in place, but this is now regulated by the law. As to the qualification requirements, who could be a data protection officer, the provision is quite brief, but it's indicated that he should have relevant knowledge in the area of data, personal data protection. And it's in the interest of the organizations to select an appropriate person who has proper qualification. Now, another point is in a notification of the incident, so there is an obligation for the notification of some incidents within 72 hours on the part of these operators. And if it causes some harm, or the causes the violation of the rights, human rights of the person, then the concerned person must be also informed. And there are some situations where the organization could spread the information in the open access. And also there are some situations where video monitorings are carried out, and when the organizations do this, they should have very strict rules for how long they keep the footages and what is it that they video. So these are the specific conditions that are presented by the law, and also some conditions for the conduct of audio monitoring and data processing with the purpose of direct marketing is allowed only with the consent of the person concerned. And in other situations, only automated decisions must be carried out. But there are some exemptions and exceptions from this point of view. Another Novelty is the size of the administrative sanctions of fines will be increased. So this will have a chilling effect or deterrent in order to make sure that all the provisions are respected. And of course, the law has been adopted, but what will be most important is to have these provisions of this law implemented, enforced in the proper way. This is all that I wanted to say within this little time that I was allocated to make a presentation, but I'll be very pleased to share the information in greater detail if you are interested.
We have time only for one question, Katie, and then we can go for lunch break. Thank you for this interesting overview. I have one question. As we know, we had State Inspector's Office working on personal data protection. And at that time, there were certain kind of failures because often resource officers would organize raids and they would undertake photo monitoring. And when a photo is taken of a particular individual, these photos are uploaded into the database. But we do not know who can control these processes to know for how long these photos are uploaded or stored. We know that there are public goods or other goods. We need to respect all these principles and benefits, but I want to know to what extent the new law has solved these problems, to know for how long the information will be stored and protected. Thank you very much. Usually the law specifies principles for data protection, and these are mandatory for all sectors and all fields. One of these principles is about introducing limitations for particular objective, meaning that we always need to have a clear objective as to why particular data is collected, analyzed, and there is also a principle for limiting time space, meaning the data shall be protected for that period of time that is necessary for obtaining particular objective, and then this data should either be removed, deleted, or be stored based on other forms of limitation. So it means that once the information is no longer necessary for a particular objective, then it needs to be deleted unless there is any other objective. The mechanism for control is about the following. There is Personal Data Protection Service, which is a supervising agency that will control these principles. Their mandate covers these issues, and their mandate covers public as well as private institutions. Thanks to everybody. Actually, we will have now shorter lunch break. Please come back in half an hour. Thank you.
Let me introduce myself. My name is Anais Akadze. I am representative of the Electronic Communications Chamber of Georgia, and so we'll continue with our presentations. And I'd like to invite Mr. Mikhail Anisimov, who will make a presentation about the Internet Fragmentation Challenge.
Let me speak English then. I do not speak Georgian yet, but I probably should practice more. Thank you so much for having me here. It's my pleasure to be in this beloved city. The last time I've been there, it was 2019, pre-pandemic time. Lots of things has changed since that, and my pleasure. So actually, it's not a presentation, it's kind of lightning talk. And for sure, your questions are very welcome. Let's do it as more interactive as possible. But let me start with a few statements which we are standing upon, at the ICANN. The internet fragmentation is quite a complex topic and multi-layered topic, which was briefly touched upon today during the IGF. But I want to discover different aspects of the internet fragmentations as well. So when we are talking about the internet fragmentations, there should probably be taken into considerations two major aspects. The first one is technical, and another one is the political fragmentation of the internet. Talking about the internet fragmentation, we should probably think what is fragmentation about? What is it? Because different people has different understanding of what is it. We at ICANN, since we are preserving the numeric space and domain space, naming space, we believe that internet is not fragmented. It's still interoperable if we use the same system of unique identifiers. Both numeric space and the naming space. Although we observe some technical challenges that are coming. First of all, there's an emerging technologies for sure. This is an alternative spaces. These are spaces based on a blockchain. This is all those attempts to sustain the DNS with the products based on the artificial intelligence and all those novels with the new IP and even non-IP networks. And here I wanted to emphasize that the success of the internet as we know it was defined by the unique identifier system. Since we have this flat space of the names and numbers which we are using, we can be sure that the internet will be evolving in the same path it used to do in the previous years. But this is kind of one side of the fragmentation. More, to my personal point of view, more interesting and more important thing in the fragmentation is a political fragmentation. We at ICANN usually stay on a message that we should not politicize internet, and we are not in a position to discuss largely political things, but we see that it's already happening, it's already in place. That is why we can't stay outside of this process. And with that, I want to direct your attention to the some events that are coming very soon and which will have the major impact on the way how the internet is governed. As many of you know, the IGF is regulated by the mandate, which is expiring in 2 years. The 2025 will be the last year of the existing IGF mandate, after which there will be a voting in the United Nations General Assembly whether the existing mandate of the IGF should be extended or should we adopt something else. And I can say that lots of minds and lots of attention are directed to this process at this point. And we at ICANN are playing a major role also, doing all those, speeches, conversations, consultations with different stakeholders, especially with the governmental stakeholders. With that, I wanted to say that there are a few major milestones coming next year before this voting process in General Assembly. The first one is a global digital compact, which some of you may also be aware. And the voting for this compact is scheduled for the January 2024. This is kind of separate from IGF, although it paves the way to the changing of the governance model. Now, as many of you know, and the Georgian IGF is a perfect example of that, the IGF is a multi-stakeholder model governed events, let's say. Let's put it that way. It means that we have different stakeholders from the government, from business, civil society, and users who can be a part of this dialogue. There are some claims from different countries in the world, specifically so-called Global South, which stands for multilateral model, which is completely different. The multilateral model means that you have dialogues only between governments, and non-governmental organizations, non-governmental stakeholders are not allowed even for consultations. They could be only observers, which might significantly change the way how the internet is governed. Such organizations like ICANN and RIPE-NCC and IETF and some others who perform the critical roles in the modern internet, who operate the critical infrastructure, are perfect examples of those non-governmental stakeholders. And if the way how the dialogue is built will be changing, it means that we potentially could have the situation where those IANA functions and other critical functions of the internet will be revised and maybe even transferred to some other international bodies that we have now, which completely changed the game. At this point, I wanted to emphasize particularly that it's mostly to the governmental bodies to take part in this process, because the General Assembly is usually the process which allows only governmental bodies to participate. It's usually the Ministries of Foreign Affairs. And yes, the General Assembly works on the principles, one country, one vote. And it means that not almost, but every country is important, because having those critical number of votes will change the way how the internet is governed. Again, I'm repeating myself, but this is very important. That is why I wanted to maybe echo of the speech that our CEO, Sally Costerton, gave during the Web Summit recently, about a month ago. Her primarily message was, please don't take internet for granted. This is not something that will be here in the same way how we used to work with it. It might change significantly if we will not be following those major events. Again, the first one is a Global Digital Compact. The next one is the Digital Futures Summit, which aims to create the multilateral intergovernmental body for working with the internet. And the last one is the voting in the General Assembly in the United Nations. We at ICANN have 3 primarily meetings per year. And one of the next meetings of 2024 will be in Rwanda, Kigali. Back to this meeting, we will have the high-level governmental meeting, where the majority of the national ministries of communications are going to be attending. And this meeting will be fully devoted to this VCs plus 20 question. I can say this is the most important topic in this, let's say, area of, in this academic area. Most of the people who are directly or indirectly involved in the internet governance processes are thinking about it 24/7. Those milestones can help us to understand in which directions we are moving, and they all will be paving the ways to paving the ways for sure to how the new IGF mandate will be looking like. And for this time, we are doing a lot of, let's say, educational job for the people who are not aware of this process, because usually ministries of foreign affairs are not for deeply involved in the internet governance. And with that, we are building the capacity internally, opening all those intergovernmental or intergovernmental consultations between bodies, because this is actually the responsibility of every stakeholders who is presented there to have their talks, to have their discussions with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and to be sure that they understand it very clear what exactly they are voting for and how it will affect the internet on the global level, and then cascade to the regional level, to the national level, how it impacts the way how we build the infrastructure, how it impacts the way how businesses operate with each other. So with that, I want to conclude my short speech and again, reemphasize that the next year and the year after, I mean, 2024 and 2025 is the year when we expect a lot of changes in the way how internet works. And please follow it. Please take the participation, and I will be glad to answer any questions if there will be some. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Now, our next presenter, it's about internet infrastructure development. I'd like to invite Mr. Sandro Karumiza to make this presentation. Many thanks. I do not have a presentation, but I would like to simply contribute to a panel discussion, and there will be several panelists participating in this. This representative of Communications Commission, Eka Sijinawa, will be representing Communications Commission, and the Ministry of Economy will be represented by Ms. Eka Hodzidze. Marika Sulaberidze will be representing the OpenNet. It's to Internet Exchange Association. Mr. Ucha Seturi will be representing this association. Please come forth. And Mariam Kakabadze, she will represent the company Inexphone Telecom. Please come forth. Many thanks. This session is devoted to the development of the internet as this whole event on the general, but we'll be talking about the infrastructure development inside Georgia. What is it that's happening, how the infrastructure is developing in Georgia, what services are available, what is being implemented. This is what we're going to speak about. In 2023, there were some events, important developments that took place in terms of infrastructure development. And the first, the law on the sharing of infrastructure was adopted and it will be enacted next year. It's very important. Next, the Communications Commission held an auction of the 5th generation mobile internet spectrum for the allocation of this spectrum, and it was a very successful auction. And on top of that, there were some activities that were started prior to this period. And OpenNet is being developed and in the regions and the provinces of Georgia, it's developing optical infrastructure and fiber infrastructure. And the internet mutual exchange spots are being developed, and also Inex Telecom is also working. And the Georgian company has introduced a virtual operator in the UK, United Kingdom. And so we're looking forward to their experiences. It will be very interesting for us to hear. I'd like to ask, first of all, Ms. Eka Sichinava, and she'll make an introduction or an overview of the development of the telecom sector throughout this recent year and what are the trends that are evident there. So this will enable us to start discussions. Eka, please, the floor is yours. Thank you, Sandro. First of all, many thanks for this opportunity to participate in this event and to brief you on the developments in the telecommunication sector and about the trends that are underway in this sector, telecom. So first of all, I'd like to point out this is a tendency that is on the rise also from the point of view of revenues. And in this diagram, you can see it is a growing tendency, and the revenues from the telecom sector is increasing and is going to increase by 12 years by our estimates this year. So this will be the figures. As to the major directions where the revenues are generated for telecom, these are mobile services, fixed broadband internet service, the transit for broadcasters and others. And so about 30% accounts for the fixed internet and the rest is for the mobile. Both have their benefits, both with mobile and fixed internet services and networks, and they mutually complement each other. And so it is very important that both of these segments show a growth, and it's quite a clear-cut growth. And to be more specific, talking about the mobile services market and the developments therein, the number of subscribers has reached 6 million now, about 6 million, and the internet penetration and the density is quite high in Georgia, and it amounts to 170%. So this means that the subscribers are using more than one SIM cards, and this is a specificity of this market. And this is also indicative of a certain challenge, speaking that the mobile services, so people are having to choose between the mobile service operators, and they try somehow to have several providers rather than stick with one, and so put together a suitable package for this internet service that they would enjoy. As to the use of mobile internet services, it is very important, a very clear-cut trend that is quite obvious, and the traffic capacity or volume has increased quite drastically. This is, we're talking about per subscriber, this is 12 gigabytes at this point in time, although back in 2018, it was several times as little. It was about 2 or 3 gigabytes. And so we see quite a drastic increase, which is quite obvious in the diagram. And the total internet traffic, as you can see, shows a very considerable increase. And the pandemic contributed to this growth, to the growth of in the use of the mobile internet. As to the coverage, The 4G technology coverage is quite high in Georgia, and the major traffic falls on 4G technology as to 5G technology. And we've mentioned this many a time. So Eastside Mobile got a license for 5G at an auction that was organized by the Communications Commission in September 2023. And in the nearest future, we expect that the company will start operating and become operative very shortly. As to the fixed broadband internet service, here again, we have a very good trend, a very good picture, because the number of subscribers and the penetration through the households is quite high. And again, there are some challenges in various areas. In Georgia, in contrast to other European countries, let's say, the penetration of optical technologies is quite high, and this is indicative of the fact that the optical infrastructure, optic fiber infrastructure, has a capacity to provide high-speed internet services for its subscribers. So although the potential is there, but the most commonly used speed package is 30 megabytes per second. Now, as already pointed out, the penetration into the households is quite high, although there are some location settlements, basically these are remote villages where there is no fixed broadband service available. But although there are a lot of working projects and a lot of plans in this respect to improve the situation, to reach out to these remote areas that are not covered yet. Also, just please have a look at what I've already mentioned in the European countries. From the point of view of the optical internet, the situation is different. We are in a better position from this point of view. There are some countries that use DSL and cable technologies that prevail. They are used at a large scale. So the red color columns are quite high, and in the right-hand column you see Georgia, and it is well presented from the point of view of optical penetration. As to the broadband penetration, Georgia stands very well. So in fact, we have the situation that is similar to what European countries have. As to the development of 5G technologies in Georgia. 5G technologies. So what I can say here, back in 2018, the work started in this direction already, and there were quite a few steps and measures taken to promote the 5G technologies and hold this auction that was actually held. Some resources were identified and made available in terms of frequency, and the strategy was developed, and so the prices were identified with the respective methodology, and the respective conditions were entered into the terms of the auction for the participants, and also some price discounts were identified. There were 550 megahertz that was put on the auction for offer. And as to the results of the auction, Selfie Mobile participated in this, and it got the frequency resource for 5G. All in all, it's 80 megahertz for the period of 15 years. And this also covers the excess obligation. This is all I wanted to say. Many thanks to ECA, and I apologize. I'd like to say that ECA works with me, and as a matter of fact, and we got her back straight from the hospital. She had lung inflammation and pneumonia, and she got over all of this, and she's here now with us, so to make this presentation. And the 5G auction was already carried out in Georgia, and the spectrum was acquired by one of the companies. This means that these technologies will be introduced, and the 5G on internet requires introduction of new technologies, new connections, new points of high, reliable connections with providing highest speed. And now I'd like to ask another ECA, Kubutidze, to speak about the relevant law and where we stand in these terms.
Many thanks to you, Sandro. In terms of strengthening infrastructure, we have the law, and you correctly mentioned that this is the basis for everything. And this is one of the bases for developing new technologies in our country. In reality, it is developed in line with the production directive, which allows telecom operators and authorized persons to develop their localized networks at less cost. So what is the objective of this law? This is about the obligation to allow access to telecom companies to this infrastructure. And mainly we are talking about energy operators, transport operators, etc., others. And the law clearly specifies as to who are the infrastructure owner operators. These subjects will have an obligation. Actually, in the past, they could share their infrastructure based on the negotiations, but after this law enters into the force, they will be obligated to allow these operators have access to those free points, and they can share it with the others. And it will be very important because telecom operators will not start construction of this infrastructure from the scratch and not spend more than they can afford. They can rather use the infrastructure that is already available and existing. Of course, this use will be based on terms of contract or leasing terms. But anyway, if we would be talking about building infrastructure, that would cost millions and they would save this money. Why was this directive drafted in European Union? Today, we live in the digital era. In the past, energy was considered more important. And they knew that, these energy resources were important for heating, for cooking, etc. So they all understood that it was an important issue for them. Today, in a global era, we all understand that digital space is one of the key milestones for developing of this system. Everybody understands this. That's why this instrument, this regulation was adopted in European Union so that they would allow operators to develop this network. On one hand, infrastructure operators can have access to these connectivity problems. This is not the classical understanding of having access. This is about sharing of these systems. The second is internal physical infrastructure. If we look at old-time buildings, and if we look at all these operators, how they put cables to allow me on the fifth floor of the blocks of houses to have access, this is really a very complex process. You will never understand how this cabling is done. So that's why the process will be standardized, and even the builders, after this law enters into the force, will have an obligation to ensure this connectivity. And actually, I think that this is quite correct, because together with the COMCOM, we are discussing these issues, and experts are assisting us in drafting relevant bylaws. Here I'm talking about European experts. and the builder will not receive a permit unless they consider possibility of connecting telecom infrastructure alongside with gas and electricity, so that later on our authorized persons go in and lay their own cables. Here we are talking also about different standards, and together with Comcom we are discussing which of these systems are most advantageous for us. And in the field of economy, together with the relevant department of the Ministry of Economy, we are discussing all these possibilities. And the third is construction of the public infrastructure. What does it mean? This means when state budget either entirely or partly finances the building or construction of infrastructure. Here we are talking about roads, bridges, tunnels, etc. But what is important about it is that when building such kind of public infrastructure, it may happen so that one of the operators might be interested in this kind of construction, and alongside with the process of building roads, they can build their own connection points. And we know that no public institution can do something without organizing a tender for it. So when tenders are announced, they need to make public statement about their will, their intent to invite these operators so that they actually follow this entire process. And that means that they will not have to get additional permits for laying roads, to lay their cables from the scratch. And that will actually simplify the life for our telecom operators, and they will actually provide this connectivity at less costs. The role of national communication commissions is quite important in implementing this law. Prior to the law, they could actually enter into negotiations between two individuals, two persons, and there were many cases when there was no logical outcome following these negotiations. But there are certain kind of exceptions provided for in the law. This is about when the infrastructure owner can refuse an access to the operator to this infrastructure. But when there is a dispute, the relevant commission enters into this process. They will specify the mechanism under which the grievance process may start, and they will assess the entire situation. If the infrastructure owner did not have a room for it, or if entry of another operator would damage his activity, then it would be a different issue. Otherwise, all infrastructure owners are obligated to share their infrastructure with telecom operators. And during the construction of this infrastructure, the government or the state has to take into account the interests of operators. And when building any new infrastructure, they need to consider having such kind of possibility for connection inside the buildings. Alongside with many other different regulations, it will simplify the process. Within the scope of Login Georgia, together with Commission, we are working on simplifying the permit issuance process for telecom operators. OpenNet, we all know, and Marika is here, and I'm not going to speak about it in a cumulative manner, that all promotes development of 5G, because 5G depends on the development of internal networks and systems.
Thank you, Eka. As Eka pointed out, this is an ongoing current process, and the law will be enacted starting the 1st of July next year. And so the Regulatory Commission is now conducting negotiations with operators and owners, other owners of the infrastructure, so that these regulations are effective and efficient. So this is what's in for future for us. Now I'd like to touch upon something that has been underway for several years. This is about internet penetration in the provinces of Georgia, contributing to this process, facilitating this process and development of the fiber optical infrastructure. And I'd like to ask Mariam Sulaberize to talk about what has been attained so far throughout the 2023. Thank you, Sandro. First of all, many thanks to the organizers for organizing this meeting, holding this meeting, and thanks for inviting me and for this opportunity to share the results of our work that we were able to attain at the OpenNet by the end of 2023. Eka talked about some facilitation endeavors, what activities are underway in the country to make sure that the broadband services develop further on. And one of the facilitating factors for the broadband development is the OpenNet project. This project is known under the name of Login Georgia. This is how we are widely known rather than an OpenNet. And so practically, this project was started, launched back in 2020, and it's 3 years that we go down to the construction of the network. And throughout this period, I'd like to tell you that we have constructed 800 kilometers of infrastructure, and we finalized Racha region, Lechumi, Kupuleti, Helvachauri, Chokhatauri, Ozurgeti. These are the areas where we completed the construction of the network, and the services are being provided and given to the operators. And as to the current tenders that have been just announced and those areas that haven't yet been covered, where the construction was have been started on the engineering work has started. All in all, this makes up to 100 kilometers all in all. And 2,100 kilometers, and eventually in the Western Georgia will start very intensive activities, and the whole project covers the entire territory across the board, the so-called white spots where there is no optics and where is the number of dwellers more than 200. And the project is will be completed by the end of 2025, and by then time, by the end of the time, about 5,000 kilometers of infrastructure will have to be completed. So we have very ambitious plans. We want to somehow fit into the allocated time. One area where we have not yet announced a tender is Upper Adjara, the high mountainous region, and some excuse because there's a delay in terms of conducting an inquiry of the situation that the construction company should do and do this feasibility. And another component of the project is awareness raising. It is critically important, and the lead agency here is the Communications Commission. This is through the synergy that we work, as a matter of fact. And everybody points to the fact that the project has been drafted in a very appropriate and suitable way. And Eka has pointed out that whatever the state has decided, they said that they will only build the intermediary major lines, and it's not going to enter into competition with the small operators and with the operators. Also, they have undertaken a commitment to raise awareness among the public. This brings about the increase in the demand, and this is a higher incentive for the operators and for the companies to develop their networks and provide services to them. And because I'm talking about the operators, I'd like to say that the trends in respect of using our network is growing. It's growing trends, and so I have given examples of successful activities, and of Setsamegrolo, for instance, good cooperation with the local operators. It was started from day one, and it put together a very good precedent for this. And I do hope that the other regional operators will take this suit, they follow this suit. And Of course, our ambition is to help the regional operators to develop their networks. Apart from providing services to the operators, also we have undertaken the maintenance obligation of the network, and the maintenance company has been selected based on the state procurement process, and they have very clear-cut instructions as to how they should react to various delays, and OpenNet takes care of these too. And so we have the day communication with all our partners, and we try to take the most optimal decisions and achieve solutions that are most suitable to the respective operators, that their involvement is very lucrative for them too. And so this is briefly what I wanted to say.
Many thanks, Marika. As Marika already mentioned, this entire network that is under construction will be to the benefit of the end user, but small operators will be using it. And small operators are those organizations that will also engage in competition at the market, and they will be nagging on the large operators. So I would like to ask a representative of small operators, Mr. Ucha in particular, because he represents Internet Exchange Association of Georgia, and I would like to ask him to speak about the development of small operators and the challenges they are faced with. And also, I would like him to speak about the possibility to develop internet exchange and traffic-related issues. We do have quite robust cooperation with the association, and it is really one of the best examples of public and private partnership. But I would like to say that we also are interested in cooperation with large operators, and this is also very important for the development of 5G network. In most of the cases, we do not have any other alternatives, especially if we speak about Raja. I'll be very brief. It's since 3 years that we launched our project. At the initial stage, it was financed by Internet Society, and we launched this process together with the Ministry of Economy and in coordination with European Commission. And our objective was to strike a balance in cooperation, because according to Georgian term, we can speak about striking balance when it comes to having an access to global internet. We do have 2 points of exchange at present. Whether it is successful or not, you can assess it. One is Cloud9, which is in the center of Tbilisi at the Dynamo Stadium, and there is one POP allocated for us. And this POP was to be used for connection of operators from Eastern Georgia. We are also connected to Kutaisi, to the second POP in Kutaisi. We did not manage to identify the name of the village because officially it says Kwakchiri, Google says Sarbevi, and we call it Kutaisi. So actually this is quite a weird location, so that nobody knows where this POP is. And the connectivity started. Some of the large operators are already connected to it, but we are also looking forward until OpenNet will start its activity, so that all existing connections are swapped by fiber optic connections and points. And we do hope that later on, these internet connections will be more stable, and within a couple of months, within 2 or 3 months from today, the main aggregation point for West and our data center will be located alongside with each other. As to our achievements, from the very beginning, the operators were skeptical about everything, but they invested a lot of money in this process. And energy independence also increased step by step. There are many factors to be considered to ensure sustainability for these centers to have less blackouts. But once again, we need to say that within 6 or 5 months time, when all these connections process will be finalized, we will accomplish this idea. The traffic is changing today, but the throughput, this capacity is still low, and we hope that traffic will increase and the situation will be improved. Eventually, the tariff of connections are also low because there are few more alternatives created. Also, Eka offered us presentation and she talked about fragmentation of the market. There was 3 fragmentation and the share of other operators was 20%. But in the past, this fragmentation for small other operators was in the range of 7 to 8%, and that also attests to many facts. PC Max, one of the companies, is also in Kutaisi, and there are 2 other companies, Skyper and GeoLT, and they think to create and to make the second important exchange point in Kutaisi to ensure diversification so that only Tbilisi is not playing an important role in this process, because if Tbilisi is disconnected, then this system can operate via Kutaisi. I can speak a lot about it, but I will not bore you more with that information in terms of independence, in terms of speed, in terms of reduction of cost and optimization. This process will be very important, and I hope that next year we will officially launch this exchange network, and we will all invite you to this event until we ensure connectivity.
Thank you, Cha. As you may know, small operators, they are somehow taking a greater niche and grabbing some potential from the bigger operators. In some areas, this process is not that active, but we're looking forward to a time where in the mobile sector, there will be more operators. We are expecting to have virtual mobile operators, and they will contribute to the enhancement of competition in the marketplace. And we're looking forward to InExpo, and they have introduced a virtual operator in the UK because it's very good, because they could get experience in a developed market of the UK, and they will come to Georgia. That's why I'd like to ask Marika to tell us about what experience they have acquired in the UK and what is it they are planning in terms of Georgia. Once again, greetings. The InExphone and Mobinex is the daughter company of InExphone that operates in the UK. And so when the idea came forward about the implementation in Georgia, we were the first, as a matter of who wanted and still want and have a desire to become the first Georgian virtual operator. We have developed an association, held and put together an association. There are 3 companies, and the association and its individual members stated their will to act as virtual operators, and we have plan in place as to how we see this possibility of entering this market. Although despite the fact that this MVNO is still there, we are not actually presented as MVNOs in Georgia. We are officially registered operators, but our wish was so great for us to become a virtual mobile operator, and we were able and actually do this and implement our endeavor in the UK. We conducted negotiations with the most global mobile operator, And so it may be surprising for us, and still we wonder how it is that we managed to conduct negotiations, do the draft the plan, do the all technical works, and also take care of all the requirements 100%, and we achieved a success in the UK, whereas we've been struggling with this in Georgia for 3 years, and yet we haven't been able to achieve anything, and all efforts have been still in vain. And I would have been delighted to say that we achieved some success in Georgia, but now I'm having to report to you only about our successful British experience. And we opened up our Mobinex company in May 19th, 2019, and the Georgian immigrants actually were the ones who incentivized us and were a motivation for us to enter that UK market. And so our other target audience are other immigrants from Moldova, Ukraine, Philippines. So we're working in fact, actively in this area, but we offer them a different mobile service. And so we want to demonstrate to a potential subscriber or user how we can custom tailor or custom make the services to best suit our subscribers. And also we have the international numbers that we can use. And somehow this enables us to offer some novelty also to the Georgian audience. And for those who go to Europe, we could offer a mobile roaming service. And this service comes in very good packages and good prices, and that makes us stand out from other operators. This is very briefly what I can tell you about our Mobinex, and I do hope that things start moving in Georgia too, because we already have international experience at hand. We know exactly how you go about introducing a good virtual operator model, because when we have communication with all the three operators in Georgia, it never gets to some actual and tangible results. It's very problematic with all of the threes. From all of the threes, we were unable to get some approximate prices as to how much it may cost to introduce such a virtual operator service. So we wanted to go through direct negotiations. Now we think that we may need help on the part of the communications commissions, because one may wonder how come we were successful in the UK and are still unsuccessful in our own country, Georgia, and we have no basis or make some prognosis. We don't know where we can start and what we can do. This is the reality that we are faced with.
Many thanks to Mariam. I can tell you briefly that when 5G auction was held, the mobile operator that won also assumed certain kind of obligation to make the proper use of all these possibilities and to ensure that mobile operators will also have access to it. But actually, these are matters of the future, and we do not know how it will roll out and develop. Yeah, this is also interesting because Cell was the only initiator that participated in the auction. And when we are talking about all three operators, they are talking openly about the fact that they are open for implementing MVNO. But in reality, when it comes to our activity, we do not see support from the EES operators, from the EES companies. That's why we are astonished. Anything you would like to add? I'll echo with these issues briefly. As you might know, ComCom started to work from 2018. And we introduced prior ex-ante regulation for allowing operators into the system. And this is a lengthy process. And at intermediary stages, there were moments when operators were ready, when they would openly speak about allowing mobile operators into their network, but this was not implemented. That's why ex-ante regulation implementation was suspended, postponed by the Commission several times. And now I would like to tell you that currently the Comcom is undertaking a comprehensive research of mobile and fixed internet markets. And then we will analyze the need for having an access to internet markets. And then based on the information, we will define what should be the legislative basis or regulatory basis for everything. And by the beginning of the next year, we will already have tangible findings and outcomes following this research. Eka, many thanks to you. I would now focus on fixed operators. Marika, you talked about it, and we know that this project is so-called middle mile. That means that OpenNet does not connect it to the end users, and connecting this network to the end users is the business responsibility of the operators. In terms of communicating or connecting to the last operator, are there any challenges? Are there any problems? And are you planning to help to support these operators? I'm sure that even Eka Hurushidze could have similar questions. And Mr. Rucha, could you please also speak about these challenges and if there is any progress in our country to create more conducive environment or possibility for small operators? All I can say is that the trends are increasing for using our net, and when the network is bigger, then trends for use are also increasing. Eka, and we often communicate with the operators. We try to familiarize them with our project. We also try to collect feedback from them to know what are the hindrances for them to be interested in developing this network. I'm sure that the law on sharing infrastructure will be conducive to improving this communication and process, because one of the hindering factors that they mention is about the fact that infrastructure owner companies treat them in a discriminative manner and have very high tariffs. And this is the obstacle for small operators. It's all understandable because when there are high tariffs, these high tariffs are reflected in the end costs with the end users. And we know that in terms of affordability, the situation is different in rural areas. And if the tariffs are revised, then actually that will increase their interest, and the end operators will be more interested in joining this process. And the second issue, actually, it was mentioned here that this interim highway did not exist until now, and there was no possibility for them to engage in this process. The law on sharing infrastructure is one important milestone. This project is unique in its own, and we are not talking about it. Absolute members of our association say that the possibilities that they enjoy currently have no other alternatives. It all depends on the capacity, but we are talking about why the law on sharing infrastructure is important in itself. I cannot claim that today there is equality ensured in this process. For 1 kilometer, we pay as much as 18 to 19 USD, while our competitors pay 7 to 8 USD per 1 kilometer. and there is inequality in this process, and this inequality is reflected in the tariffs, and this is connected also with the competition-related challenges. But there are other parameters of the quality to be considered to work without any weekends and to provide this connection in a stable manner. But in order to resolve all these problems, we are looking forward to the date when the law will be enforced. And once this law is fully enforced, then I'm sure that this fiber internet will be connected to absolutely every area. The drafting of bylaws already started, and we hope that all these relevant bylaws will also be adopted. In terms of providing lighting industry, there are no big problems. Municipalities are also supporting us, but air connections are also very important to be developed that provides fastest connectivity and communication. We want to have maximum results in terms of connectivity. And right now, 18 households are already connected through fiber optic internet, which is a very good result. And what I want to mention in the end is that we hope we can finance some of the activities. The revenues are quite small, and considering the inequality that I mentioned, it is quite difficult to compete with other providers. There are also problems connected to dumping, and there are many other streets in which people come out and ask for the connection, and the prices are really very high. And sometimes these services in those rural areas are provided for 18 lari, while in Tbilisi the price is 60 lari. I hope we will compete with these challenges.
Well, let me add a couple of words because both Marika and Ucha mentioned what I wanted to say. There is not much to add, but one more thing to say here is that Marika started, the OpenNet started building the network, and in parallel we started thinking about who is going to reach out to the end user so that this built infrastructure doesn't stay idle. And so the World Bank was helping us. The European Investment Bank is involved, and I put them in touch with Ucha because they are the ones that are relevant parties. I'm not talking SMPMs. And so Ucha covered that part about expansion of the network operators. Finances are very critical. And the point for them, we started a very comprehensive study, but we're waiting for the technical specifications that will be developed within the framework of the World Bank activities. So, and we will have a study at hand that will show us not an individual promise of Georgia, but will have an overall picture. Yes, for us to know what are the needs in particular areas across the board and how we could contribute to the developments there. And if in the final run we see that there is nothing that can be achieved, even with this help coming, there will be idle capacities in the network and the networks will stay idle, then we'll take the respective decision. But we want to know how we help the local operators to take the services to the end users. And Ucha's people will be very actively involved, and they will also participate in the study and then will take respective decision. So I'll have a question to the Commission. SilkNet is going to launch a 5G, but they have not yet purchased the license. How they are going to do this? I wonder. It will be very interesting to know. Well, I've heard about this news. I cannot give you an answer to this. All I can say at this point in time, when the licenses were granted for the spectrum, this was for spectrum, and this implies the technological neutrality, and the conditions were formulated, and it did not indicate this 5G, because some licenses were granted in the past, and they did not indicate particularly the 5G. So, but all of the conditions for the issuance of licenses to maintain technological neutrality. We're not talking about 8G now, but yes, they, within the framework of this license, they can introduce 8G. So I cannot comment on what SilkNet announced, but this is the general approach, requirement of neutrality. Okay, we have so exhausted our time, but maybe we could still have two questions, one or two questions. So yes, I have heard about this innovation. The European Union is financing one project which has two components, infrastructural, structural, and digital inclusion. And so it's about introduction of the internet in 4 villages. And so they cover both components. I'm a local partner in the digital part. And so there are 300 internet access, 25 digital hubs. So the villages will be equipped, so it could be a former school or a library or something with the respective hardware, and they will develop into the respective centers. And with UCHA, we talked about this, and there's another partner that's responsible for that. And I'm talking about other activities. It's the point of prices, and also some villages where there is no internet, they were not initially included in the project. And so talking about the inclusion component, I invited a representative from Estonia. So we want him also to talk about what is going to happen in these villages that I mentioned. Many thanks. It's a very interesting initiative for OpenNet, and the Communications Commission's other direction of work. I believe they will be very interested in this. And Shota, it's your turn to ask a question. I have a question to Eka Sichinava. When it comes to business, so legal persons, the costs are catastrophically high. What is that you do to protect these users from these overly high prices, and why some of the complaints are being blocked when it comes from businesses and when this relates to overly high prices for internet services? Thank you for this question. As already pointed out, we have a large project underway at the Commission, an unprecedented one. It's a comprehensive study that's undertaken, and the study looks at wholesale and retail markets and the prices, and the wholesale markets will be identified, the regulatory frameworks will be established, and the requirements proceeding from the finding, based on the findings that we will acquire. As to the offers to legal persons, this will be a part of that study. And also in the retail market, the project will look at the situations and look at what can be done somehow to provide more beneficial conditions also to businesses.
Once again, many thanks to Eka and all the participants. We have actually exhausted the time limit given to us, and we will finalize this discussion, and you can continue discussion in an informal environment over a cup of coffee. Coffee comes now soon. And we thought it would be very interesting to engage the academia in this sector, and it would be interesting for everyone to share our suggestions with you. We, academia, are actively engaged in internet governance, starting from pandemic period when we used to organize online events. But our today's panel is composed of three key components, and we believe that we can cover legal or academic issues, and we will touch upon challenges and interesting issues. I'm talking about digital governance, challenges in the field of technology law, and we will also touch upon legal issues connected to artificial intelligence, ethical and legal standards. This is what I'm talking about. And in this panel, we have representatives from state institutions as well as academia. Tamar Rustiashvili is head of the analytical department of the Ministry of Justice. Georgi Khatidze is professor, doctor of the Faculty of Law, Caucasus International University. We also invited another individual, but considering the parliamentary battle that is going on, he could not attend our meeting. So anyway, with your permission, I will give an outline about key parameters to tell you where we stand in respect to these three issues from the legal standpoint as well as technical standpoint. And then our panelists, given their competence, will share us information about what is done in those relevant concrete directions. Whenever we talk about technology law challenges, this is an absolutely new trend in our law. This is even newer than each of you can imagine, because when it comes to such kind of fields, they do not physically exist either in Georgia nor in the top 10 leading universities worldwide. So whatever our academia does goes beyond the Georgian context. Now I'm talking about the entire model of legal education, because one may believe that it is too classical over these many years, and so much so that it is even stepping aside from the reality. What has triggered such kind of changes in the legal doctrine? First and foremost, the legal model that existed until now was focused on the model of closeness in the jurisdiction. In simple words, it means that all those fields of law that are governed are closed and shut down within the jurisdiction of one country. And the matter is that the main model of our internet governance is about internet, and it actually destroyed the model that we did have in the jurisprudence until now. This is about having a breakthrough through the borders. We had separate panel discussing electronic communication legislation, and you might notice what is our key challenge. The challenge is about the fact that we cannot govern the whole spectrum of transactions that is connected in the electronic communication. The key issue for us is to have legislation that governs certain kind of rights and obligations at the middle mile cable line provider level. Alongside with that, we are talking about internet and this technology related all legal fields, and I'll try to be as brief as possible. Also, the matter is about the fact that there are not only new fields of law created worldwide and in the context of Georgia, but also in existing traditional legal fields. We introduce some technological novelties. These are digital signatures, smart contracts, or any other models, because they did not exist until now. To understand this model better without going in depth into the doctrine, I can use the term technology law challenges, but these technology law challenges could be differentiated from legal text. And a brilliant representative of this field is Tamara from the Ministry of Justice. Ministry of Justice is that entity that responsible for developing legal tech. We are not talking only about MyGov. We are talking about digitalizing legal services. Technology law is kind of a uniform term for many new fields of law that are currently emerging worldwide. If we go back to the previous panel, we discussed electronic commerce law. When we adopted the law in 2003, 2013, e-commerce law emerged from the scratch. Also, it is very interesting for all of us to speak about other issues. And there are our colleagues that are working on the law on social media. This is connected to fake news also and many other aspects. We are not talking that much about digital literacy. Marika is here and they will be talking about it during the next panel because they are focused on these issues. But the law on social networks is one of the most complex fields of law because legal regulations are full of challenges throughout the entire world. The jurisdiction of one country cannot block all other legal challenges of other countries. Blockchain law is also another important issue, and also artificial intelligence law is also emerging today. And if you look at the doctrine of law, we still cannot use the term of artificial intelligence doctrine yet independently, because in the American law, it is still known as artificial intelligence and law. Why did I need to give such kind of a brief information from the beginning? Because I wanted to show you those three key challenges that we are faced with in this field. As you may see, at this particular stage, we try to introduce new fields in the university. In some of the universities, we introduced internet law, technology law, which is mainly offered at the master's level programs. We also have some PhD programs, and some of our PhD students are also present here. They are involved in digital governance and artificial intelligence, but these are not classical law fields. These are sectors part of public management. And why do I try to connect technologies and law with this panel, and why do I associate it with the digital governance? The matter is that whenever we speak about digital management model that needs to be introduced in Georgia, it is connected and overlapping with many other legal issues. For example, to what extent we can offer public services through the platforms which currently work under bureaucratic model. For example, bureaucracy is about handing in documents, and we receive written permits, consent, etc., etc. The definition of digital governance is given only in Georgia in the law. This is about the Agency on Digital Governance, and in the structure of the agency, we see that this agency is under the umbrella of Ministry of Justice, and the definition says that digital governance is about public governance through information technologies, and this is the full stop. But you know that there are major challenges on the technological level in rural areas, in municipalities, in order to provide these services there. But there are serious challenges in terms of developing digital skills and literacy, because local rural population is not willing to use these digital services because there are certain kind of obstacles. They need to use readers for using electronic signature. So the major task ahead of us is about developing digital governance, and I'm really happy that from the public registry and digital management agency, we are actively working on these issues together with the Ministry of Justice. We try to make MyGovG platforms available through mobile platforms. This is important, and just because it is Internet Governance Forum, we can say that recent surveys show that if 5 or 7 years ago, 70 or 30% was the share of fixed computers, today the share is 98% versus 2%. It means that 98% of the services are used by the people via mobile services, mobile applications. I'm talking about the findings based on the research undertaken by Ministry of Justice. Respectively, in 2024, Ministry of Justice intends to introduce MyGovG through a mobile app. I also have my own concrete vision and an idea that I want to share with you. This is about the major challenge and problem in this regard. What I believe is the major problem is about introducing newly developing digital signature model. If we still speak about using readers, ID cards, and relevant codes, then actually you cannot go further in terms of buying services than reading or viewing this model. Right now, I'm working with Ministry of Justice on smart ID related issues, and it requires relevant procurement system, but I'm confident that by 2025, we will finalize this process. Why is it so important? Because first and foremost, in order to speak about development of the services, you should not only view these services on MyGovG, but you can also place an order and put official signature and finalize this contract, which will be a final phase in this process, and that will be the most developed technologies introduced into the digital management process. And the last but not least, to be very brief, to have more time for Q&A session, the final phase is also very important. This is about legal and ethical issues related to artificial intelligence. It's over these last few years that we still have problem regarding national strategy to be drafted in respect to artificial intelligence. It is the fourth forum in line where I underlined that we need to have such kind of a strategy. I'm not talking about technical details. Technical detail is about whether or not the country will have an independent strategy or this issue will be included in the digital strategy. We lawyers are least concerned about this question. We need to have national strategy so that the country has a proper vision about where these particular technologies will be introduced, what are those public services and sectors that are considered as priority in 5 or 10 years from today. And we do not have an expectation that such kind of ethical protection will be provided to these documents. Most probably there will be a note saying that internal national legislation will ensure this high degree of protection. These technologies, as you may appreciate, is not the technologies that are awaiting us when we step into this process. I can remind you about the research undertaken by IDFI. Artificial intelligence is used in the government sector, including by law enforcement agencies. This is official, and there is nothing top secret that I'm disclosing now. So when it comes to Ministry of Justice in 2024, we are planning to introduce a certain kind of survey or to elaborate the documents that will provide ethical and legal standards for introducing these systems and services. And I want to use the opportunity to thank USAID in advance because we are cooperating with USAID, and I'm confident that very soon there will be a logical finalization of this process. What we want is that this document of legal and ethical standards will be approved on the level of government ordinance, and practically it will protect everyone from the hazardous or harmful impact of these technologies. We are not talking only about personal data protection issues. Kati Kukawa had a very interesting presentation about this issue stemming out from the new law. And we are talking about the technologies which are more difficult than simply processing of the personal data, because quite often these technologies are not breaching these requirements from the legal standpoint, but these are technologies that analyze behavior of individuals, which has nothing to do with the personal data, like personal ID or banking data, etc. So it means that the legal challenge is more serious than each of us may consider it, respectively. To sum up everything, I think that it will be very interesting to hear about the vision of the Ministry of Justice. And just because the Parliamentary Branch Economic Committee representatives are not here, I would like to tell you that just recently we had a meeting discussing innovative legislation related issues and all those amendments. This is about what could be amended in the law to improve innovation ecosystem related aspects. So with your permission, I will actually ask the first question to Tamara. As I already said, Tamara represents Ministry of the Justice. She is head of the analytical department, and they are working in the country on strategy directions, on analytics, on research aspects. The key research components and findings are accumulated in their department, and I would like to ask Tamara, as a tractor representative, to share information about the vision of the Ministry of Justice. Ministry of Justice is most technologically developed ministry because the Justice Ministry has largest number of these technologies. They also govern MyGovG platform. And you know that we introduced the important model of digital governance. Some of our documents are digitally available there. We are also working on placing many other documents of other ministries on the platform. We need to overcome technical challenges. Also, when it comes to customs services or revenue services, their documents will also be uploaded there.
Thank you. First of all, many thanks for inviting me to this meeting, because we at the Ministry of Justice think that events like this are very useful to promote communication and to facilitate the sharing of information, and also to share our visions and reflections. I will speak about on what we're working at the ministry, and I will speak about the component of the law, because the Ministry of Justice is one of the biggest, say, agencies providing a variety of services, and it is also a legal advisor, let's say, and it is involved in the lawmaking activity. We're very quite active in this. First of all, let me focus on the fact that the digital transformation is a part of our reality. It has become a part of our reality already, and this direction serves the goal to streamline and simplify our everyday work, our everyday life, and to further refine various services provided by the ministry. From day one, actually, we have three major principles that we are guided by. And we always work by these principles: is the respect of the human rights, the development of services, and gearing those to the interests of the citizens, as well legal safety and security. Of course, the topic of this meeting has a direct linkage to all of these three thrusts of our activity. First of all, as Zviad said, let me say that we at the Ministry of Justice are one of the agencies that offers a lot of services to the population of Georgia, including digital services. And so We work on the further development, perfection of these services. And so these services have been recognized domestically as well as internationally. And there are some services that are quite innovative. For instance, ProBox. This is a service for probationers. This is a digital technology equipment, and it's a Georgian innovation, and this allows the probationers somehow to get registered not only at the probation, say, department, but in various locations. And these boxes are located in various public service centers across Georgia. We also conduct user satisfaction surveys, and it showed that about 96% of the users of the service out of the probationers are very happy with this because it has simplified their life, that the service is very simple and accessible. And several days ago, there was a GITI conference, and the Ministry of Justice won two nominations there. One is the Service Development Agency that was nominated for the best technology manager, and also the other direction was the smart contracts, and we actually were singled out as the best IT innovation in terms of streamlining business technologies. We're talking about smart contracts. This is an innovation in the legal space of Georgia as well as in general in terms of simplifying and streamlining the processes. And this implies that to a certain extent, we will build in the AI component. From the point of procedures, what it implies is that the selling of property can happen electronically and from a distance from any point in the world. So if somebody is willing to sell a property in Georgia, they will not have to go to the public service hall, but all services will be provided through the Ministry of Justice and with the involvement of respective services. Apart from that, as we had mentioned, other services, for instance, MyGov application, the site itself, and we plan somehow to have a digital form for mobile telephones, and also we have a mobile public service hall. It will be an app, and so this system offers as many as 700 services, public services and private services. This makes the life of the population much easier and improves the access to all of these services. Also, there is a systemic land registration underway, and we are going to introduce technology. So, for instance, the digital protocol of the land plots. And so what this means is that when the land cadastre and the measurement of the plots are determined, the potential buyer could have a look through these technologies, through these systems, and the electronic signature is also possible. So this decreases the time required for all the processes to 2 times. Apart from that, at the registry, we have already introduced the blockchain technologies and also digital qualified signatures. And we also have an LEPL working under Ministry of Justice, which is the Service Development Agency, and it offers a lot of resources to the population, and it works against the EU standards. As a matter of fact, in their everyday work, they apply these. Apart from that, we have introduced the e-university in the penitentiary system. enables the convicts to continue their higher education or get higher education through this digital university or e-university. And there are 5 universities already entered into the system and involved in the system, and we plan to increase the number of the universities. And we have other plans in the pipeline. We're working on various projects, as we had mentioned, the smart type and ID, smart IDs. And so we are planning also introduction of electronic assistant project in many areas. So certainly those projects that are being implemented or will be implemented through observing the data safety and security, and we take into account the domestic legislation, international legislation for the protection of personal data, and the legal framework that is aimed at the protection of the rights of our citizens. And everything is done with full compliance with the requirements of the legislation. Here, I'd like to mention another point. Current digital technologies, in fact, AI has become a very important and integral part of these technologies, and we at the Ministry of Justice keep our finger on the pulse so that we avoid any risks and threats that are related to or associated with the AI. AI is a very good tool to simplify and the life or make the life easier in terms of provision of public services. It's an excellent tool for the development of the country, and yet in parallel there is another side to it which is equally important, and it's a legal regulation related to the application of AI. As to the legal regulation of AI, the work is underway not only in Georgia but internationally at the European Union. So they have announced that by the end of this year that they will issue an AI Act, and the Council of Europe is also working on the convention that will be devoted to the artificial intellect. And so we are closely following these developments. Although, of course, there are some binding obligations and elements that we need to take into account, accommodate. Our law, the protection of the personal data is quite good, and we have accommodated and included a lot of provisions also dealing with the use of AI. This is a very good resource that we already have that helps us somehow helps us to avoid some of the challenges, and yet it's very important to keep pace with the developments and be prepared to face the legal challenges that are associated with the development of the technology. This is a very fast-growing area, and we cannot even imagine now what the digital technologies and AI could offer us tomorrow. We at the Ministry of Justice, as the legal advisor, let's say, for the country, I'd like to say that we're constantly working on this, and under the ministry we have a research consultative council, and it brings together representatives of the academia. Mr. Georgi is on the council, and Mr. Zviad is on the council, and so we work with them too, so that we as practitioners, as lawyers, are able to identify the challenges and the issues that are most important and relevant to this country, and together create and develop the legal framework for technologies that will be helpful and suitable for Georgia. And here, too, I'd like to say that with the framework of this council, we looked at the AI-related issues, and also at the Ministry of Justice, we have launched a study, and we collect information and keep an eye on this, as a matter of fact, to make sure that there are no legal issues that will be beyond our attention. Anyway, whether or not so these international documents will be fully somehow accommodated, borrowed, or whether we'll do our own studies, this remains to be seen. But we need to be prepared for these challenges anyway, this way or other. Realistically, this is all I wanted to say, and I'll be pleased to take your questions.
Thank you, Tamara. One clarification from my side. Tamara mentioned new model of smart contracts. I know that there are many specialists in information technologies, and I want to give a clear definition of it. Smart contract is not a legal definition, so respectively, we may use it more broadly than it could be used in IT infrastructure because these are blockchain connected technologies. Ministry of Justice is not introducing blockchain technology-based contracts that are classically recognized as smart contracts. You are all technologies. You know that there are many challenges connected with it. This is about whether or not it can be used as an alternative form of entering into a deal where step-by-step relevant obligations could be met. Here we are talking about innovative model of the Ministry of Justice, which is titled the Smart Contracts. You will receive links and remotely, you can use this link to look into the contract, confirm everything by electronic signature. Then information is collected at the Ministry of Justice, and eventually you will receive officially registered document from the public registry. And we tried to call it smart contract because we wanted it to be understandable. From the standpoint of legal doctrine, I like this principle because we want smart contract to be used as alternative digital term for reaching agreements or making transactions. If you notice, the agreement, according to the legal model, is about classical type of an agreement that needs to be classically verified by classical signature. But we have two challenges in this regard. One thing is about the fact that the original signature is replaced by credible electronic signature. And as we said, the smart ID that will be introduced from next year, it will replace it. And through mobile applications, we can verify our signatures electronically. Tamula did not mention it, but I would like to add here that we are not talking a signature only about through MyGovG. When you receive a PDF document, then you can also have access to putting electronic signature. This is a complex technology, but this is quite advanced system in a fantastic manner. What concerns blockchain technologies, Ministry of Justice, as you may appreciate, was one of the first institutions that focused on introducing these technologies. Let's see how the progress develops, but at least in the law of technologies, these two aspects are still a major challenge alongside with the legal aspects connected to artificial intelligence. Now I have a question to Georgi. Georgi, as I already said, he is a professor, representative of academia. He is the dean of the law faculty of the Caucasus University. And Georgi, could you please tell us what is the place or role of component of technologies in legal education, and also what is your vision about introducing into higher level universities the subject or discipline of technologies? Is it about distance learning or how the technologies could be linked with the legal education? My greetings to everyone. First and foremost, many thanks to the organizers because I represent academia. I'll start responding to the second question and I will explain why. All those issues that are quite critical and topical for us today, that is a matter of discussion. They need to be governed through different directions, through involvement of public institutions, international organizations, civil organizations, NGOs, think tanks, etc., all stakeholders. But at the same time, in respect to these issues, it will be quite important to engage academia and universities in this field because it is necessary to have qualified knowledge of the universities used in this process, and universities and academia need to be more active. And also, what can be done in this regard? and what we have already accomplished in this regard. On one hand, universities need to be effectively engaged in such kind of dialogues and discussions. And first and foremost, the universities need to focus on disciplines like internet law, technology law, legal tech, law of social medias, etc. I would like to tell you that our law faculty will already introduce these kind of disciplines, and also legal tech course appear to be very interesting for everyone, because in simple words, this is about digital thinking. This is about using technologies in a way so that not only professors, but also practitioner lawyers undertake their practical activity in a simple way, how to compile an application or legal motion in a shortest period of time, while on the other hand, it takes minimum 2 days to draft it manually. So these technologies are very important for universities, and universities need to emphasize on introducing these disciplines in the curricula. But on the other hand, we need to have relevant academic personnel and professors who have sufficient knowledge, skill, on lecturing on these issues. They need to have academic, theoretic, and practical experience in order to teach these disciplines. That's why we look at academia with great interest. We want to know what is the experience available, and also foreign experience should be mobilized on the level of academia, so that we mobilize all those human resources that can teach these disciplines, these subjects. On the other hand, universities need to focus on research direction. Universities need to emphasize on internal grants to somehow promote this research direction, not only as a part of education, but the research could be a matter of focus for all universities. And here again, I would like to tell you that there is one project that will be launched by us, and this is a joint project of myself and Zviad. This is about digital management. This is about technology and science connected to digital governance. Our partner is Estonian Digital Governance Academy. They have tremendous experience in this field. They cooperate with Academia of Estonia, with private as well as public institutions. And from the next year, we hope that we will offer you a very interesting presentation of our report, and that will be yet another step forward to improve the regulation of these issues. Also, as I understand, it will be interesting to emphasize on topics like distance learning. Today, we live in a global world, and at first glance, access to some issues is provided in a very simple and easy manner. So far so that there is a need for every field to pace up with these developments. The way it is done in European states, in United States, UK, and other developed countries, especially in the field of education. One of the interesting issues is about distance learning. When, in terms of distance online learning, we can finalize master programs as well as PhD programs. Our system looks at these issues in a specific manner, and there are certain kind of challenges ahead of us. Distance learning is not recognized by the law. That is why this is the real context that we have in Georgia today. But you might agree with me that from few years from today, we will find ourselves in a situation when there will be a need for taking a proper decision on these matters. And this is again an issue where it is very important for universities to engage in the process of discussion, so that education policy is planned with due account of these novelties and new concepts. And that should also be a precondition for introducing legal amendments into the national legislation, so that eventually some decisions will be taken by us. As I already mentioned, there are many other developed countries who are implementing quite interesting programs for master students as well as PhD students. And these programs are implemented not only in the field of law, but in many other disciplines at laws. And these diplomas are also recognized. It means that we will also have to take relevant decisions in general when it comes to different concepts that need to be introduced in the education field. This is a concept about open education umbrella concept, and it features different aspects like teaching, educational research component, and using digital technologies also. And that would not mean that teaching resources are digitalized. This is about making use of platforms that has its own benefits that will minimize time frame for doing something, or programs are tailored to particular students or researchers. And in this regard, we also need to undertake an in-depth work on the level of universities. I do believe that the more universities and academia is engaged in this dialogue, the more there is discussion even inside universities on these issues, the better for all of us, because actually I'm confident that academia will actually complement this particular component, fill out the existing gap.
Thank you, Georgi. Georgi said that distance learning is a great big challenge because the law doesn't actually recognize distance learning as an official notion or concept. At the Ministry of Education and Science, we're working on a concept that can allow this, and this will be officially adopted, but the applicants should still take examinations from time to time physically. They need to turn up. And you do remember the pandemic period, what challenges we were faced with, and there were some researches that were indicating to the so-called social signals, and the signals do not reach out to the, say, learners. And also the camera of a learner could be on, but he will still be elsewhere, or the lecturer would ask a student to turn on the camera and he would become socially vulnerable. That's why he couldn't turn the camera on, and so on and so forth. These were many problems. And another challenge is that because we're talking about the educational model or legal education model, there are 4+2 model, and we want to switch to the specialized, the professional part. One master, the master program that will be for 1 year. So we want to have 1 year programs. There have been some, there are still restrictions because there are some professions related to, say, law and medicine, for example, the LLM, and so say notary cannot become a judge if they had not completed 4+2 system. And because there is a 4+2 system, this is not to say that if you complete this, you will either turn into a lawyer or a judge, but there are other professions where you could work in. So proceeding from this, if there is a lawyer at a bank, and so we had one of the lawyers of this agency that made a presentation, they don't have to have a, say, certificate of a defense, and so they could have a master in LLM, for instance. So we have challenges like this. And Georgi mentioned some research-related part inside the university. Universities have some grants available for the research, and also there are some external providers. I'd like to ask Tamar, as representing one of the most outstanding ministries working in this area. The question will be about the grants. I won a grant last year, and I worked on one issue, how you set up a company, registered company from laptop straight away without having to go to the Ministry of Justice. And the study showed that it's quite possible with the using of advanced personal signature technologies. And so, of course, it's necessary also to have chatbots to have some of the documents checked and edited. And so eventually we won't have to go to the public service hall to get the company registered. And also I focused also on the legal language. And the study will come out very soon. I'd like to ask Tamar, what kind of grant projects you have at the Ministry of Justice? It's for our third year now. And what type of areas what areas do they cover? And let's focus on the technologies. And as Fiat said, it's our third year that we are announcing competitions for grants, and the goal is to involve any physical or legal person to enable them to participate in these tenders, and also to submit some of the projects to receive grants from us. And we have allocated $500,000 lari initially, and very recently, this year's competition ended very recently now, and the prior competitions for grants were quite successful because the applications that we received are very interesting and quite innovative. For the legal tech, for instance, that we mentioned, it was a grant project. It was introduced at the Ministry of Justice across the country. And so these major projects fall under the three major directions that covers a variety of spectrum: human rights, protection, provision of services, and we had intensive meetings with the universities and other organizations, and we had a video advertisement running to attract authors of interesting ideas in terms of provision of services, and also legal security and safety part. And so there's a research component that's a very important one, and there are other legal activities that are linked and associated with the legal security. And so these are the major directions, and our vision is that the population must be engaged very widely. And we are an open ministry. We finance some ideas and proposals. If they have good ideas that are doable and feasible, we do offer support for them. Thank you. And before giving floor to Georgi, what I would like to add, the Research and Consultation Council at the Ministry, it was mentioned, it's a very good example how the Research Council should work. You know, probably that I'm a member of quite a few councils, but years go by and the many councils, they just do not look into the relevant issues. But this is not about the Ministry of Justice Council. The council is very effective. Once we take decisions, eventually, and immediately the council gets down to the practical action. So it's so delightful to see that both the components, the academic and practical parts, are they live together and interact very well. So one thing is to say here is that it's not just only the position of the academia and that we work single-handedly. So one example, I don't know whether it's a joke or a reality, I don't know how to term it, but ChatGPT came up with a new reality. And and the bots. So they have caused a lot of challenges. This is a challenge for every university. So the using of technologies and so impartiality, integrity, as well as being very scrupulous from this point of view when it comes to the use of technologies is critically important. Of course, we start using the technologies, but there are bound to be people that tend to misuse some of the technologies and some potential that goes with these new technologies. And I believe there is a lot to do in future, and we need the expertise of various experts and researchers. Thank you. Before going to the final stage of this session, because we do not have a representative of the parliament, I'd like to brief you about what legal changes were introduced in 2023. It was a year that stood out from that point of view. There were several laws in this area that were adopted. For instance, the law on e-commerce, a new one, and for the first time it regulated this segment from the point of view of legislation. So we now have a chance to develop law, and also Katie mentioned the new law on the protection of personal data, so the law on entrepreneurship. At a glance, it may you may think it's not directly related to technologies, but this is not so, because the cooperative legal issues is very new, and so this way of renewed registration was so big, and so that the government decided to somehow to extend the deadline for the registration of the commercial legal persons. That was to be completed by the 1st of January. And at the same time, we also had some thematic studies that were undertaken in respect of the ecosystem. We looked at the innovative legislation that's related cooperative law, e-commerce related, AI related, some drafts and studies, and the Parliamentary Committee for Sectoral Policy and Economic Development was very active, and I believe that we are in for very interesting developments from the point of view of lawmaking in 2024 if nothing comes in the way. Now, I think because we have only a couple of minutes left, why don't we give those minutes to the questions if there are any?
You just raise your hand. Greetings. Many thanks for interesting presentation. I am PhD student of TSU. You talked about using blockchain, and Mr. Zviad was head of my PhD work. Currently, I'm working on application of administrative technologies in administrative institutions. I have two questions to Madam Tamara and one question to all the panelists. The first problem that I encountered, and I want to know how you would solve this problem. When the legal person is being registered from abroad, whether we want it or not, we have to hire a representative of that individual. Otherwise, we do say that there is possibility for online registration, but when it comes to confirming the fact that all these documents are quite original and genuine, this is a challenge. I want to know to what extent there will be a possibility for making apostille and legalization and introducing electronic notary services. And the second issue, just recently I was working in the public service hall, and when the citizens were coming to me, the major problem was about databases. given the fact that when I go into the database of NAPGOV-G, we see the information, but it is not a comprehensive information. Yes, we say that every single piece of information is public, especially when it is about immovable property, but that information is not complete, and they have to request additional information from Technical Bureau. Are you planning to put these pieces of information together to create homogeneous electronic database and institute, which will be built in MyGov-G through an application, and then the people will not have to request additional information? And now the third question to all panelists. After thinking a lot on these issues, I came to the following conclusion. If you look at administrative law, then according to the law, there is a possibility for accepting electronic induct. It's since 1 year since electronic induct is accepted, but we have only 3 forms of induct identified. Do you think that it will be a very good start so that this is considered as a policy possibility for electronic processing? And as it was already mentioned, in municipalities, we have this problem. They might have particular rules defined, but the mechanism of control is quite challenging and difficult to say that there is a process of electronic processing already introduced. And I think that actually in the future a lot can change, but I want to know what is your vision about these issues and what possibilities do you see in the future? Many thanks for the questions. I can tell you that these are quite interesting issues from the legal standpoint. And in fact, these issues could be considered the level of PhD education. Yeah, there are certain kind of legal challenges ahead of us, and that is why academia and practitioner lawyers are often getting familiarized with how these systems are governed and regulated in other countries. I represent the central staff of the ministry. I'm not from the public service hall. Content-wise, I did not look in depth into this issue, but it is quite interesting when academia representatives are discussing these aspects. I will jot it down, and once I go back to the ministry, we will definitely inform others, and it will be discussed. You said that Mr. Zviad was your tutor. Actually, I did not urge her to ask this question. Content-wise, there are certain kind of issues that require in-depth analysis and that require analysis of these issues over many years. Tamara, if I may add to this issue. As I understood, your first question is about whether or not it is technically possible to register the company from abroad without interfering the third person, any other third person. This is very specific legal issue. Let's clarify the situation, how it happens today. If we are talking about residents, nationals of Georgia who have ID cards, or Georgian nationals who have foreign passports, they can organize power of attorney remotely. Identification of power of attorney is done via Skype through a notary. You know that the passport is submitted, and this is connected with numerous risks. We had the examples of that. In the past, we allowed non-residents to use this possibility, but we also identified fraud because it was impossible to identify the genuinity of that document by touching it to the screen. It's since 2 years that I have this idea about expanding the mandate for notaries, to allow notaries not to give power of attorney, but you know what I'm talking about, rather bring from Italy or Greece these individuals, and then we know how much costs are connected with that. Instead of it, notaries should allow, instead of power of attorney, to verify the foundation documents. you understand that, these foundation documents will be compiled, etc. First and foremost, it is necessary for that individual to be a national of Georgia, to be registered in the database, because if that is a citizen of Zimbabwe, then there will be a problem of identification. I'm not even talking about the universally known problems to identify twins, if there are any. And also, the second issue, when it comes to submitting documents remotely, electronically, digitally, I think that you should all pay attention to one thing. Most of the documents are not digitalized. Just recently, I was involved in one of the panel discussions, and we showed that digitalization is not about scanning a document from the archive. That document needs to be processed also digitally, and without that, it will be just a photocopy. So automatically scanning a document from the archive, it does not mean this document could be used in electronic services. Respectively, it requires support from additional software, and we do not yet have this possibility. So in respect to your second question, there will always be something from old documents that cannot be fully digitalized and electronized. In respect to Administrative Act, I fully agree with you. It means that we will, whenever we will be talking about digital governance, I think that whenever it comes to requesting administrative acts and digital documents, everything will be done in a homogeneous way. Because if I request one document and then still have to go to that municipality, it makes no sense to have these services. The tasks about the fact not to go anywhere and receive that services from the computer, from the laptop. A minor intervention from my side. When we are talking about legal issues, one issue is about theory, the second is about practice. From the legal standpoint, we may have an understanding that these things should be done that way, but there are also some practical challenges. Sviat mentioned technological challenges, and there are some kind of technologies that are not yet introduced or that are just now introduced or implemented. There are also many other challenges connected to many other technical issues. To what extent it is realistic to implement it is difficult to say now. It requires an in-depth work. I do not deny a possibility that maybe somebody thought about it. Maybe there is already some outline of some ideas in order to improve the situation, but there are certain kind of barriers, obstacles, even from the technological standpoint, that do not allow us to accomplish everything at this stage. The issues we are discussing now are quite important, because when the PhD students, when academia representatives are involved in such discussions, they need to identify these challenges, and I'm happy about it. It's really very good. One thing is when we identify issues, and the second is to what realistic it is to implement these mechanisms and tools. Once the issues are identified, then we can start thinking about ways for solving these problems. When any kind of reform is implemented in the country, in addition to law specialists, we also engage in this process of reforming other specialists. I am a lawyer with background myself, but we can also engage representatives of technology, and these are the issues that need to be considered in a multi-diverse group. So all these issues need to be realistic and feasible for implementation. I fully agree with Tamara. It is really very good to have greater degree of comfort, and even the law should be conducive to offering this kind of comfort to the public, to ease this process for the public. Tamara mentioned that not only lawyers, but also representatives of other disciplines and specialization should also be engaged in this process. This discussion will be definitely very interesting, but on the other hand, the law should give a possibility for simple administration, simple enforcement, so that it is practically working in an easy and smooth manner. So the response to your question requires greater degree of engagement from many other specialists to see how this field could be developed to get a positive outcome. One or more, two questions only until Lucia gives me a sign. The time is out. Many thanks to the speakers for this interesting meeting. I have one question to Georgi. You talked about modification of law program and educational programs, and you also said that you try to introduce new disciplines at the university, and you also mentioned Estonia. And applying experience of Estonia is really very good for us because they were our role model some time ago. The digital governance system in Estonia is quite successful, and this is conditioned by the fact that in addition to introducing new disciplines, they also modified existing curricula, existing educational systems. It started following post-Soviet system once the country gained independence, and they immediately switched to these new requirements of the modern world. Just recently, I was reading one article or one research, and they do their best to try to foresee the need of the reforms at least 5 years before the process starts. So in this regard, I'm wondering if you ever thought about making any future plans in the universities, not only in terms of introducing new disciplines and technologies, but Mr. Zurab mentioned law. And we know that in terms of legal education, everything is solid and resistant, and it is quite difficult to introduce any changes. And I'm always asking this question and never receive a comprehensive answer. Whenever I read syllabus, I never see a part as to why lectors cannot speak about using contemporary technologies when it comes to registering administrative documents. I remember that Irakli Paladze, who is head of the UN Technology Center, we had a webinar with him, and we were wondering why this aspect cannot be integrated with the discipline of criminal law. I want to hear your opinion about this issue and if any steps are made in this regard.
Thank you. Let's take one more question and we'll answer this together. Many thanks. It's an excellent question. I can speak about this endlessly, about its pros and cons, but quite simply, it's a national law, but at the same time, there's international law, the EU law. And when we signed the association agreement, after that, of course, we are under the obligation to look at this from the angle of the international and the EU law. When it comes to law, of course, it's not as flexible because it's more subject to regulation compared to economy and business. And it's difficult to introduce changes. It's very resistant to changes. And yet it's necessary to introduce some amendment changes into the syllabi, and for instance, and to try and work on these and to have some success stories to demonstrate, to show this to the universities. It's worthwhile to start this as a pilot project at one of the law schools. Why I drew our example, where working in this area also very actively try to introduce new disciplines. When it comes to economy, finance, and businesses, the situation is simpler, but the law is quite a different thing. But the way we should look at is something that universities should work on individually, but also there are some changes required at the central level. But the academia is not prepared to build such technology details into the syllabi. Neither the faculty is ready to introduce this and to deliver this. And that's why we said it's not only necessary to focus on these sectors, but I said earlier, we need to co-opt respective people with the respective expertise and experience. Otherwise, now we are abusing the coffee break time. So do you have a question? Many thanks. I'd like to thank the panelists, all the three panelists. Sadly, we couldn't fit into the allocated time. We are not that well organizing our time. And this is due to the high interest. There is an excuse for this. So why don't we complete this session and have a coffee break now and then have the last session. Okay, thank you to all the participants. Sorry for not taking further questions.
ველოდებოდი მოგრძალებული სტუმრებს.
I was waiting for our guests. Good evening. Once again, we have now new people that have joined us. Now it's quite challenging to moderate the last panel. So, and yet I'm happy to do this, and I will be speaking about a very important topic, which is digital literacy and education in Georgia. In cyber education, so we have representatives of dear sleep here. My colleagues, Miss Anna, for the Tartu University at the start of the 2000s when the whole process started, and they were at the start of the whole process. And so now we're going through a similar process from the point of digital literacy at the level of initiating with by the ministry. There are several organizations helping us, including our donors. I represent one of the educational programs of the USAID, although I am acting at this panel in a different capacity. But prior to introducing the change the project that we introduced, I'd like to introduce several interesting guests at our panel. Many thanks for agreeing to participate. Nina Gaknidze, Dalia Osipashvili, Natia Kukuladze, Lada Swanadze. These are people that work in various areas that related to promoting digital literacy. Some represent public organizations, and so we have Nika also from school education, if I'm not mistaken. Anyway, talking about digital literacy. Digital literacy, I don't know whether we all understand what it's all about. And, from what we say, precisely from the fundamental legal texts in Georgia and international texts, this covers several large competencies. This is media and information literacy. This is cyber education, cyber awareness. And now, and our guests in the previous panel talked about that it's AI literacy, and it only occurred very recently, and it features in the policy documents of the Council of Europe, but it happened very recently because we are a member of the Council of Europe. And so we are supposed and are actually taking into account the recommendations of the Council of Europe Policy Department, anything that comes under the aegis of this department. So what we are going to speak about together with my colleagues is in line of this. But to make an introduction, and my colleagues from the Ministry of Education actually will agree that the situation in respect of the text is as follows: the media literacy, digital literacy, and several topics in the education. Some already feature in the national curriculum for schools starting the year of 2008. Although e-citizenship, this competence, that the multidisciplinary direction features from 2022 in our legal text, although we started working on this prior to that, but we arrived at a situation whereby we were able to introduce this into our curricula. As to the certification of teachers' competencies for individuals to take qualification exams and to meet the qualification requirements, again, all of this requires that the teachers should demonstrate their digital citizenship competence, no matter in what disciplines they are working and what they teach. As to the national curriculum, digital citizenship is taught specifically under two disciplines. One is the East. Everybody thinks it's history, but this is not so. East is information communication technologies sound like East in Georgian, although it's ICT. And so now this also subject taught at the primary level. This lays the groundwork for further developments, and then they feature in the civil education, which covers the middle school at grades 7 to 9. So it's important that apart from the Ministry of Education, we have so there's policy documents, and the Communications Commission are helping us with the developing of these documents or with the introduction of. So, Natia, how the COMCOM helps to introduce and inculcate media literacy? Could you say a couple of words? Thank you, Marika. Once again, greetings to you. Now we have a different composition of the audience, and I feel certain that the topics that we're going to cover at this panel are of great interest to all those present. I'll try to be very brief, although there is a lot to say. But let me give you a brief overview. The Communications Commission from the end of 2017 was actually obliged to undertake a new function to facilitate digital literacy in this country. And a lot has been accomplished since then. I'm not going to go into details because we want to have a discussion rather than a lecturing type of session. Although let me say that we started from looking into the European practices, successful experiences, because media literacy, digital literacy is a new thing, not only for Georgia, but also in other countries. Although we have these competencies in the national curriculum for quite some time as a cross-cutting competence. So we started to look how we can adapt the European projects, introduce this into Georgia. We had an EU-funded project, disinformation as a challenge and critical thinking development and other things. And recently, together with the Ministry of Education, we were able to achieve them, despite the thing that media literacy was in the curriculum as a cross-cutting competence, and Marika talked about this and how this was taught, how the critical thinking was developed among children at teaching various literacy. Now, media literacy is a formal discipline, but it is an optional subject. But this is not where things end. This is where the things start, as a matter of fact. So we haven't stopped, and we carry on with the rolling out of this project across all of the schools. So we're talking about this secondary education as well as higher education. Higher education level is very important. We started working with the universities, and as of now, there are 2 universities that teach digital literacy, cyber hygiene, cyber ethics. So this was done through our So the media literacy is a part of the syllabi at this university. There are 2 universities, the Business and Technology Universities, Zviad and Lado. They present as a European university, but this is very few, not enough, of course. What I mean here. So how we work with the universities, because there are clearly universities around us. It's very gratifying to have such where the media literacy and digital literacy are taught for years. Apart from ILI University, basically these are private universities, and they give more attention to this. But if you do the counting as to how many universities teach this, this is not sufficient. What I want to say, we try to make this a systemic process at the higher education level and the secondary education level, at all levels of educational system. And I feel certain you agree. And this cannot be done single-handedly by one agency, and neither the Commission or any NGO cannot achieve this alone without participatory involvement of others if we want this to be a systemic process. Therefore, coordination is very important. And I'd like to underline the importance of platforms like these that would offer on a possibility to exchange our ideas and suggestions. And we not only brag about achievements, but mostly these platforms are for sharing information about what challenges we are faced. So it is very important that such a platform is available. Thank you, Natia.
In reality, you named some of the universities. Madam Dali represents one of the private universities. And Madam Dali, as I know, teaches journalists, and she is busy not only with teaching, but she is also involved in research. How do you teach future journalism, media, and digital literacy? My greetings to you. I represent Lexi University. I'm head of the master programs of communications, and I'm also teaching bachelor students of journalism. I'll start with the master program. This program was created with the scope of U.S. media education program. It is analogy of Chicago University, and this program is implemented for almost third year, and it is one of the first digital programs and quite successful. We teach cybersecurity, and it is also mandatory to teach ethics in digital technologies, and ethics also cover the issues that you have mentioned, how to cope with misinformation, how to verify information. What concerns bachelor students, we started teaching much earlier. We have two courses. One is media literacy, and we were the first pioneers in the Black University teaching it. But at that time, we were not focused on technical tools. This course was offered, advised by Ia Antate, journalist. Ia started to teach media literacy based on the book she has written, and she emphasized on developing critical skills. But later on, 3 years ago, Ia no longer wanted to teach this course, and she said that it's not me, but rather younger people shall teach it who are in better command of using these modern technologies. But in addition to that, we added another course for the bachelor students, and it's titled Manipulations and Misinformation. And we are also teaching different techniques for verification of information. Despite that, we are always happy when Comcom is inviting our students to different trainings. Our students are always happy to go to participate in these trainings, and they stand ready to cooperate actively based on the memorandum of cooperation, and I'm confident that these links will even deepen in the future. What concerns research, Madam Marika mentioned research. In spring, I have undertaken a research which was focused on risk factors of using social media among younger people and relevant risk factors. I specifically focused on this topic because I was participating in the European annual conference of Asian countries and European countries to focus on risks of digital space and possibilities of development. Then I have organized this research among students, among bachelor and master students, and we covered students of 4 universities, and it was identified that the major risk factor was about cyberbullying, which is acknowledged by students. 84% of the students believe that cyberbullying was a major problem, and they said that minimum once they experience cyberbullying through different networks, 79% talked about misinformation, and also they said that they are addicted to internet. 79% believed so that they are addicted to internet. And in respect to Instagram, they were talking about pseudo reality that is offered by Instagram, but Facebook was mentioned as more difficult space, which is fraught with political discourse, which is also polarized, like the Georgian space environment. So actually, compared to Instagram and TikTok, they want to use Facebook less. They also talked about TikTok's and Instagram's negative aspects, and they also talked about possibilities for the development, and they said that if for means of education these tools are used, it would be very good. This was one of their recommendations, and also they believe that medias should use these tools more actively. And the most interesting and weird that I saw in this research was about the fact that journalists and students said that we do not watch television. We do not receive information through and from television. I was asking them, do you get information from internet? They said no. They said only social media. So actually this was Instagram and TikTok. And the answer is that this is because they have short-term videos and that's why they opted for it. And one of the findings of the research based on recommendation of the students was about the fact that if Georgian media is interested in expanding the audience, they need to adapt to our needs, and all media outlets need to have their pages on TikTok, on Instagram, and they need to offer short information that would be interesting for them. That is definitely weird and interesting for me. And also, as a result of research, as a finding, it was mentioned that even though some of the university students, my students, study media literacy and cybersecurity issues, still many mentioned that the serious problem is about the fact that these disciplines are taught only to future journalists and nobody else is taught about it. And in addition to that, we are explaining all these issues to other family members, brothers and siblings, and those families who do not have journalist students as their family members, they cannot get the information from anywhere else. So actually, on one hand, we welcome the initiative that this was introduced at school levels, but I think that for students, this possibility should be offered, if not as a mandatory subject, then optional. And cybersecurity is also a very important issue to teach everyone, because many in this research mentioned that one of the risk factors for using social media is about possible abuse of personal data. That is why cyber education is very important, and we need to introduce mandatory courses on cybersecurity at university. Thank you very much. You correctly emphasized on all these issues, and I think that we can generalize based on the opinion of youngsters what is important. Mainstreaming is no longer popular for them, and they try to create bubbles in social media that is adapted to their interests, and respectively they have access to information that is sufficient for their awareness education. We are now talking about specialists who will be specialists in that particular field, but Nika, when we are talking about people that we need critically to work on these issues, we were talking about it. We were cooperating closely on education-related issues. We identified many challenges. And when it comes to cybersecurity strategy, we included tools which are connected about state subsidizing those important and topical fields where we do not have sufficient number of specialists. Within your mandate, how do you see all these issues?
Hello to everybody. Many thanks for this question. Indeed, I've heard very useful information in respect of the surveys and studies. Let me get down to this question. It's about the cyber hygiene, and I will speak about the cybersecurity. There are two directions. So one direction is the cyber education and cyber hygiene that this rank and file people need. So let's be clear on what we are going to speak about. Let me start with the hygiene, cyber hygiene. I don't remember the share, but a large share of the respondents said that the cyberbullying is a challenge. And in my the survey, the lady said, Dali said, it's 84%. And we have to learn a lot of things. So we need to know how we act in case of cyberbullying, how you act on this, how you work on this. Had we known on this, we wouldn't have such a high percentage of people that think that they were subject to cyberbullying and that they are faced with this threat or with the risk. This is a very important issue, and we all need to work on this, including the state and the NGO sector, the educational sector, the private sector. Absolutely all have to work on this. And from this point of view, as far as I remember, the strategy for cyber security also included provision to setting up a strategy and an action plan on cybersecurity. And we know that this digital literacy agency is working on this, as far as I know, to the best of my knowledge. So we need to reach out to the people to explain to them why cyber hygiene is so important. And we work through our program with the public sector. And it is called the USAID National Governance Program. And I currently represent the division of digital transformation and cyber security. I'm an advisor to this project. So we organize various trainings with various agencies and authority. And so we are planning on focusing also on the civil society and NGO sector to focus on these topics. Of course, this education on this issue should start from schools, because the disciplines have some cyber hygiene topics integrated into the disciplines, but this is not of massive nature. And I think all public schools should focus on this. And I haven't heard about this, although my two kids are no longer in the primary level of this school, but I don't remember them learning something like this. And on one occasion, I remember it was a private school which one of my kids attended, and Lado taught them. But this is by no means sufficient, and the studies are also indicative of this. But if you're a journalist and you explain, and that journalist explains to his or her family members what is cybersecurity all about, that means that this does not go beyond that family. So we need to take a holistic and comprehensive stance in respect of this about this, because this is one of our priorities, and we are going to deepen this. Another thrust of our activities is the cyber specialists, and they are very badly needed by the various organizations that are directly dealing with the activities that are linked to cybersecurity, and the law requires that they have dedicated cybersecurity officers. As to how many they should hire, this is not mentioned in the law, but it depends on the specifics of the organizations. But I know they are struggling to get such specialists because there is a shortage of such specialists in the Georgian market. Also, there are some established minimum requirements to be met by the cybersecurity officers, and they should have an international certificate. This is not a very cheap thing, and they should get an international certificate, and Georgia doesn't offer so far some certification courses, or they should have a certificate on the successful completion of a course at the Cybersecurity Agency. And so this is very important. These topics are not comprehensively taught. We do not have any programs, although there's some points related to cybersecurity at various levels, but this is a very sporadic exercise. And now we are working with the universities to identify what's the situation, who teaches what and how, and we work with BTU, with Mr. Lado on this issue, and we want to facilitate the process of development of the programmers for the cybersecurity that will be first piloted by the Higher Education Center, and to make sure and the quality educational quality enhancement center, to make sure that when a student completes a bachelor's program and a master's program, they are well equipped with their respective expertise and skills. This will help us in many respects. So that will somehow improve the situation, so that the local specialists will have some certificates that are issued and granted locally, rather than meeting the requirement of having some international certificates. So we need to educate respective specialists that have proper qualification and competence, and this is one of our priorities.
Nika, thank you for this initiative. This is a new program, and I wish all the success to you. In various other contexts, you mentioned BTU. Lado does not represent BTU for me. He's the veteran in this field. He is quite competent in general education, mainstream education, higher education, and we can ask him many questions. But Lado, I'm wondering, how are you training specialists in the field at BTU, and how can we use a sufficient number of specialists to meet the demand? I will not start talking with BTU. I will agree with Nika. And I need to say that according to the law, we have those three categories where the subjects of critical information are identified, who are mandated to have cybersecurity managers, specialists and specialists on information safety and security. But so far, they cannot meet all these requirements, which is quite bad. And on the other hand, we do not have qualification frameworks in the Ministry of Education at the level of the bachelor's education. This is yet another problem, because cyber security at the bachelor level is kind of impediment for everyone. There are qualification frameworks only for master programs. The code is 062, which actually gives qualification of security managers to these individuals. Sorry, but at the level of vocational education, I will explain 3 levels of education. We do not have all 3 levels of education in Georgia, but Caucasus Institute introduced 3-year education at the bachelor level together with New Jersey Institute. This is a dual program. 2 years they study IT, and 1 year they study cybersecurity there. It means that qualification is given to them through 1 diploma, and they have a diploma of computer science specialist. And then in America, they get a diploma of cybersecurity specialist. And then in the Georgian University, also together with Kentucky University, they issue a dual diploma. If we are talking about professional, vocational level, there is only 1 university working on these issues, EUG. This is Georgian University. They have IT college. Within the scope of USAID support project, this college was set up. and they offer 3-year teaching education. This year they have enrolled the first pool of students. There are also teaching courses individually offered, but as Nika said, this is not the level required, and it does not mean that once you finalize those courses, you can already start actively working in this field, because the law specifies that one needs to submit relevant certificates, and receiving of these certificates is connected with financial resources. There are also single individual modules offered by different universities, similar to Ilia University and Georgia University also. And what concerns the research component, which is also important. Research on the academic level of cybersecurity is not carried out in Georgia. There are no articles written in the Georgian language, at least. By the way, Shota Rustaveli Foundation gave an award to our students, and they will write a book on cybersecurity. Let's see how things develop in the future. What concerns the University on Business and Technology, I'm working there for 3 months. I do have some of the future plans, and I agreed with the rector and administration on these programs. The research component is definitely mandatory. I'm working on this issue, and there is certain kind of progress achieved. Cybersecurity laboratory is already initiated, and we are in the process of awaiting particular answer as to how this process will be rolled out in the future, and also at the school level. Cyber security is not what we are talking about. We are talking about cyber awareness, so that children know what risks are connected to using cyberspace. We are talking here about engaging parents and school teachers and school students actively in this process. These are 3 key components to be considered. By the way, we have a guest from Estonia. When I got familiarized with their model in 2018, I saw that it was really a brilliant model. And if they are implemented or transposed into our country, that will be really very good. Thank you very much. Given my institutional memory, I can definitely speak on behalf of my colleagues also. And we have copied a lot from the Estonian model. And when we are talking about cybersecurity, together with the Ministry of Education, we have done some activities in my alma mater. I identify myself with my alma mater, and we do have guidelines also for the parents. We have separately guidelines for the teachers. There is also a glossary on cybersecurity, which is online accessible for everyone. And also this information could be available on COMCOM webpage. One comment from my side. Lado mentioned that we do have cyber security qualification at the master's level, but what is written in that document could hardly be considered cybersecurity. Officially, the title is Information Security Something, and actually, this is connected with databases, and no one will understand it as cybersecurity the way we need it. So this is where we need to work. Yes, but this is the only possibility which is connected to giving particular qualification. Thank you very much for identifying the challenges that we have in the education system. And all stakeholders need to focus on these issues to solve these problems, including the regulatory body. I do know that you as a regulatory body are always actively engaged in this process. Nika and myself, we represent donors. There are also representatives from academia. And we mentioned research. Digital citizenship is the title that is used by Council of Europe relevant department, and it is used as a collective name. And this process has already started in our country. So in other words, Ministry of Education started to work on it. National Center for the Teachers Professional Development is involved in training a few thousands of teachers on these issues. Maybe a few day-long training is not enough to learn everything, but we have undertaken a fundamental research following which we had various scientific publications. Very soon we will finalize work on one of the articles which will be published, and the research shows that the situation is not as bad as we are talking about it now. We studied the situation on the level of parents, teachers, and students. When it comes to digital citizenship, when it comes to digital ethics, this may not be embraced and understood by ourselves, our society entirely, but they do have certain kind of understanding on it. At least we identify that they understand something on it, and there are particular steps we undertake, even in the field of digital ethics. And we hope that sooner or later we will have certain kind of outcome in that regard. Over these recent years, we are implementing some of the activities, and our format is limited. We will give you a possibility for asking questions, but we now have 4 panelists, and now I have to invite 2 more panelists because we want to familiarize you with an interesting project. Thanks to you, and we will get back to you later on when questions will be asked to you. In reality, I was considered to be a presenter, rapporteur, but it happens so that I'm tasked to moderate the panel. And in reality, the organization that I will introduce today is already introduced to you. They are working on digital citizenship, and we explain how these principles are considered through fundamental documents, and also different researches undertaken that proves that the segment of our society is mature to understand the obligations of digital ethics together with digital competencies. We in reality picked the policy document together with my 2 colleagues, David Kiziri and David Chavgulidze, and we tried to modify or change the form for this document and find other possibilities in which we will apply this document so that this document is not left only to the remit of education. As to what we did and how we did, this will be explained, and later on David will be talking about the instrument, please.
Thank you. It's been a very interesting meeting. There are a lot of activities and actions that will spill over into some quality changes that will follow, hopefully, and will end up having a very rich and versatile ecosystem. So experts keep saying that our society is immature, but we look at the digital development, we at Georgia have one of the highest indicators. People may not be aware of the terms, for instance, payment systems, and electronic payment systems, online services. We are the front runners from this respect. So we are quite mature, I would say. Sadly, some of the services, public services, lag behind. And so in some areas, we are still using 15-year-old models and modules that actually inherited from those times, and these cannot provide proper services. And we are happy to hear that we'll have a mobile application next next year. And we're talking about the year of 24. And we are glad to hear there will be more services available, but to open all of this to the society, not to have the public sector use our own resources. If we can engage the private sector, things will develop much faster. So can you imagine if you say a private sector doing these mobile apps and introduction of this would have happened much faster. Now about our project. We do hope that the technologies will eventually achieve their ultimate goal, and the COVID has demonstrated that one of the weakest points in the whole system is the human being, and the digital transformation may lead to a situation whereby the technologies will develop, but we may meanwhile lose the human being. And so the major challenge from this respect, and the EU strategy underscores this, somehow to have a digital transformation that is inclusive and that is human-centered, where the respective approaches are used, where no individual domains, public sector, businesses, and so on and so forth. Actually, we are in the multi-domain dimensions where all sectors should fall together as a one whole thing. But where is the place of a human here? How we go about this whole process, not to stall the development and the digital transformation of businesses that makes the technologies more efficient and enhances the productivity, but at the same time, not to lose the human being being in the center. So if you take up the USAID frameworks, the open digital ecosystem, it has a human being as a separate and individual component. So we represent various sectors. So we decided to put together an Institute for Digital Society and the view will be to focus on the human being and the society, and so integrate our experiences and somehow to combine these. And Dato will speak about this in greater detail, but the goal is the following. We all understand that mobile applications is ludicrous as a matter of fact, but what we are faced with is and cyber reality, digital pairs, and so on and so forth. If we want to have developed the technological society, we shouldn't be wasting our time on trifles. But this is all associated with the respective services in the physical, cyber, biological environment, what the services should be like. And this is already in existence. So AI is in existence. It has become an integral part of our life. And so these technologies do exist already. They have their own names. We don't have to invent terms. It will be comical if we go into this. And this is a reality where the world is developing quicker, faster and faster. So we need to know what services we should develop, what they should be like to enable people to use all of these utilities effectively, but to have a human being in the center. And the citizens should feel not only protected, should be assured that their personal data are protected and that their transactions are protected, that the identity is integral. But the realities imply the following. The services should enable them the possibility of participatory involvement, engagement, and for them to become proactive and to be a participant of all of this. So we should focus on this. This behooves to us. So one of the elements of this analysis is to whether or not the system enables a person to fully utilize those skills that he acquired at school, how he could fully realize these abilities and potential. This is very important for businesses, and I, as a representative of the ICT cluster, I'd like to say this is interesting also for businesses because it will help us, help the businesses to pin down the weaknesses, weak points, which to improve, to acquire loyal users, and so incorporate the interests of their users in their development plans that would enable self-development possibilities. This is a standard model. You all remember Airbnb and Uber, and so they incorporate the actual abilities of individuals, apart from contributing to the development of businesses, and which is very beneficial for business, not only in the Georgian market, but elsewhere. Those businesses that plan to come to Georgia, or those who would like to go abroad, without these standards, without application of these approaches, one cannot expect that they would be successful in foreign markets. And the regulators may find it also interesting because this enables them to look at this whole developments from a different angle as a sandbox, let's say, and the possibility to develop some other new models which to use further on. And currently, the regulatory body is not say a body that only bans things. The obligation and the function of those regulatory bodies is to facilitate innovations, facilitate the development of the businesses. I believe that it will be also interesting for the regulators to look into this potential, and this will enable the society to feel more protected on the one hand, and to know that this is not only about prohibitions, but about development possibilities. Now, Dato will explain what this tool looks like in order to introduce this philosophy, inculcate this philosophy to put the citizen in the center of the whole process and to be an active participant of the digital services.
Many thanks for this possibility. I will continue talking about the same logics. Previous panelists used to say as to what we need to do to increase awareness for our citizens in the field of education and what programs for education we have. But before this entire system starts to operate, which is about elaborating new standards and putting in place, then making it operational, it takes a long time. And the reality is that on the daily basis, people use more digital services than one could imagine. And as we see on the mass scale, people use telephones that have access to these traditional online services. Through online services, we get traditional services. Actually, we wanted to understand the needs of our citizens, to be more practical in this approach, not to focus on what could be taught at the university or school, but if I am a service user, and if I want to receive online services, what I need to know. Cookie policy is one of the best examples of it, because many learn how to use it, they need to accept it or not. But beyond that, there are also privacy requirements. You can share something or not, or upload your photo in application or not. We wanted first and foremost to identify particular threats and how to teach citizens identify these threats. And when we are talking about these two instruments, on one hand, we are talking about how the business can offer a better design so that it is privacy oriented for citizens, so that on the other hand, we offer services that are oriented for development of the businesses, so that I offer these robust services to the citizens, and by these electronic services, the citizens access these services. If we are talking about particular regulations that we have, we analyzed European and Western standards that regulate quality of the services, or how to assess the maturity of the services, how to assess privacy or security. And then these technical details should be translated into human beings in an understanding language, in a language they understand, and then if we are talking about banking service or internet banking or any other similar services that we use, we need to know what information they collect from you and how can I be sure that the information they take from me is secure and safe. And also, we are focused on teaching digital skills. This is what defined by European Union through different regulations, what people need to know in terms of digital literacy, because a few years ago we could all write in our CV that we are aware of Microsoft Office, but today we are interested in digital skills, additional skills. So actually we often use traditional services through telephone, and we were happy about it, but it happened decades ago when these processes got digitalized. Today, we are talking about the fact that any device that we have or every service that we receive shares or exchanges information from us, and we need to know what happens at that time. Through all these devices and instruments, we need to focus on security, privacy, and digital skills, or also even in terms of entrepreneurship, what is needed. And then we need to measure everything from the standpoint of maturity. And one of the models provided for by the law will be used that gives a possibility to assess maturity. And users will in advance will know that they will receive particular service. And this is the assessment of maturity connected with that service. Actually, on one hand, it will promote development of the ecosystem because we want not only citizens but also businesses to be developed. We also want to introduce mechanisms for self-regulation. David mentioned that there are really few regulations available. Decades ago, we had only few regulations. Even today, we do not have big progress. There is still a lot to be done in this regard. And if we still have no more than 7 regulations over this decade, and the number of regulations do not increase. How can we speak about introducing self-regulation mechanisms and developing ecosystem? In practice, given my practical experience, I can say that when businesses have greater motivation for development, they are more advanced than these regulations. So if you look at the degree of regulations and their quality, that attests to the fact that self-regulation mechanisms should be introduced in the businesses. It's not necessary to wait until regulatory body introduce these regulations, and we need to focus our shifts on bottom-up approach so that all these self-regulations are introduced in the industry themselves. And then it will be a win-win situation for regulator as well as these businesses, because particular standard of services will be introduced in the field of industry that is also harmonized with European standards. And the third party that benefits is also a citizen. Shift left is yet another principle. It means that if I want to change something in my system, then on the level of design, this change may cost $1 for me. At the development level, it may cost $10, but particular product costs $1,000. The most beneficial strategy is when business service provider timely takes into account needs and incorporates these needs at the design level. If I'm a startup who wants to go to the European market, I will actually encounter these regulations, and I will need digital rights, GDPR, or other directive requirements to be introduced, and I need to be aware of it. And instead of starting to work on changing the already made product, then I'd rather incorporate everything at the initial stage of design. It was a nightmare for developers when they were asked to remove some particular data from databases or to focus on depersonalization. If we are oriented towards global market, Western market, we need to apply these standards. And also in terms of interoperability with the market, we need to take into account all these requirements. And our objective is to create an instrument and to finalize this process in a way so that the citizens get more information about these particular services. On the other hand, businesses should also know what services are needed for the citizens so that it's also interoperable with the European standards so that it's easier for them to penetrate the European market. And on the other hand, they introduce self-regulatory mechanisms and they understand that changing everything at the design level would be very good. That's why I'm afraid that we are lagging behind the schedule. And actually, we do not give the audience a possibility to ask questions, but we have 5 more minutes and I have to use the privilege of being a facilitator and I want to ask one particular question to you. David, how are you going to apply this instrument or transpose this instrument into our reality? Very briefly. It will be done very simply. On one hand, crowdsourcing will be used and partnership with those companies that are willing to do it. Also, we stand ready to cooperate with the regulatory bodies. And here we need to underline that before any regulations are adopted as statutory documents, all pros and cons need to be weighed. And this instrument is focused on identifying weaknesses or lacunas, and then the companies are focused on rectifying these loopholes or shortcomings. This is about sharing the experience among the companies also, and that will become a basic instrument for regulatory bodies, and that will be about sharing good practice examples.
Many thanks. Any questions, dear friends? Many thanks. The National Library of the Georgian Parliament, and I am a member of the Committee of the Freedom of Expression of the International Organization. When the literacy process started, initially, there were libraries in place that served as major actors. Now we are faced with this digital literacy development, and yet we have a situation in this country whereby 67% of the libraries have no internet access. Accordingly, so I was advised somehow to go to the Ministry of Culture with this concern, but the problem is that alongside with having no internet, they have no awareness as to where they should go and which agencies to get the internet at the libraries. I was wondering that how libraries could be used from the point of promotion of digital literacy, and this is what is being planned at one of the sub-units of the National Standards Agency, also the National Center for the Teachers Development. They also help with the training of the librarians that will have the digital literacy skills. But you may have to go through the Ministry of Culture. But at the same time, when it comes to security, I don't know whether you know what happened at the UK, that the website was also stopped because of the hacking, because of the bitcoins. Yeah, so the Georgian companies have this on the cloud, and it's also placed in America. And this information and actually is well protected here. Better protect whose? So this is protected on the American cloud, the Amazon. So I think we shouldn't worry. Just a brief comment. Because it's very important that this progress, the process is successful. And having regulations is not a panacea, is not a silver bullet. And of course, we need to have the best practices working well and bringing about positive results, even without investing excessive amount of resources into this. Dear participants, greetings. My name is Tamara Paite. I represent the Caucasus University. I am one of the founders of Media Law in Georgia, and back in 2007 and 8, I taught cyber hygiene, media law, and cyberbullying. Bullying was a new word then, and it was included in the students' glossary, although furthermore, the teaching of this discipline is told that the university, I know it was whether it was due to some of the changes, but at the Caucasus University, these disciplines were taught, and we were able to educate good young people that pursue their career in the area of media literacy. And now I am getting invitations from foreign universities as a media literacy expert. But of course, this is related to the standards to be developed in Europe, and the whole globe will be put under one umbrella from this point of the view. And we cannot be successful individually in our fight against fake news, against disinformation. How we are going to fight with such a monster? So I came up with the following thing, because the media law actually was introduced in Georgia, and we are the front runners from this point of view. And we had the respective law starting in 2004. Now I actually applied for the nomination of the best textbook at the competition, and I promise I will come up with a very good textbook if CONCOM supports this. Many thanks. I would wish success to the Internet Governance Forum. You are very active. You are doing a very good job, and probably I would wish that more academia people are involved, because the problem is in this science, and that has become digitalized, and I think we need to work more in this direction. Let me make a very brief comment. The questions were very interesting and relevant, but I want to make one comment. Both of the two questions are very interesting. I wanted to make a proposal. Please come to COMCOM, to our commission, and let's discuss this, and let's see what we can do jointly together. We can come up with interesting projects also for libraries. It's a very relevant thing. And what you said, that part that you mentioned is very relevant to us. COMCOM is not an organization that finances activities, although we could jointly come up with very interesting ideas and shape this into projects and implement those jointly. Thank you. Ucha, would you like to wrap up? Maybe if there are no other questions. We can take one more question, and then we'll get down to the wrap-up part. Any questions? Well, if there are no questions, let me say I'd like to focus on from what we started. And Nika talked about the ambition of Georgia to turn into a regional hub, not only for internet traffic and other things, but also from the point of view of digital literacy. What you saw on the slide, the digital literacy was one of the leading elements that was underscored. And I believe the question that you asked, well, you asked how we are going to fight with that monster. We should fight it with the critical thinking skills, and there should be also the skills to use the sources for verification of the information, and literacy is a very essential element in this. So it's going to save us and turn us into a true hub. Thank you.
We can actually wrap up everything. It takes only 5 minutes. let's wrap up everything. I want to ask Eka to move closer. Tamuna, will you also help us in this final wrap up? It takes maximum 5 minutes to wrap up because then comes IGF number 10. And we would like to hear your criticism as to what you do not like, what needs to be changed. And then I will give the floor to 2 other speakers. Many thanks. I start with an apology because I attended only part of this meeting. Many thanks to the organizers. This year's IGF was the only exception where Council of Europe was not as actively engaged as during previous years. But we are happy that it was held quite successfully, and many thanks to the organizers and other donors who were more actively engaged in this process. I'm happy to see this event taking the tradition over these many years. It's on annual basis, it's organized. Next year, it will be the 10th IGF. And I'm confident that this environment that is created here when different stakeholders involved in the internet field are meeting each other, this is interesting in its own. And most probably there are other similar meetings, but not of the scale as our today's event. And one of the speakers mentioned that this is the day when they hear about a lot of new pieces of information. When you cannot get access to this similar information through other sources. COMCOM, we will be talking about the development over these last year's Ministry of Economy and other important key players are talking about their own developments, and I'm really happy about it, and I'm congratulated on this fact, and I hope that you will continue in the same spirit. Council of Europe will be less engaged in the internet-related field and issues, but as I pledged support to Ucha, I said that we will do our best to support you. We already thanked you a lot in the very beginning. We thanked Council of Europe a lot because starting from 2014, you are supporting this initiative, which is very important. In the morning session, during the morning session, it was said that we hardly remember similar platform, which is really a very good possibility for sharing thoughts or imparting information on each year. This is actually IGF. We do know that over the recent period, there are many other platforms also active in terms of information sharing, but IGF is still one of the largest scale projects, if I may call it so. And what is missing for me, but this is not your fault. This is when we do not see sustainability of the process. And that's why I think that everyone should show more initiative. And during the day, all these sessions were interesting to me, but what I'm interested in to have particular follow-up after these discussions, and it was definitely interesting. Thank you once again. Mainly to Council of Europe. I cannot imagine IGF without Council of Europe. It was bad news to say that you will be less engaged in this process. I hope that you will rather activate the support and be more actively engaged in this process. I will not be talking about the importance of the forums because we all understand it very well. People say that it is really very good. They learned about a lot of novelties and new ideas. But what I'm really thinking about is connected to availability of more resources. But maybe we open the platform for mobilizing critical thoughts from the people prior to drafting agenda, because sometimes you might not see particular issues and somebody might help you better understand what are these critical thoughts and ideas. I think that this possibility should be open at an earlier stage. We are talking about it at all times, and this is not the issue connected to either UCHA or to the Ministry of Economy or the Commission. We are all busy, and most probably we cannot mobilize our efforts ourselves, but it would definitely be good to start opening this platform much earlier, not talking about particular badges, but I'm talking about identifying themes for discussion and the questions that need to be asked. We can meet each other each and every day. We commission operators can meet each other every day if there is a need, and we can meet each other at all times. But now I'm talking about taking on board the critical issues of the audience present here. I'm talking about identifying the interests and needs of our audience to make this forum more interesting. That will be more advantageous than say it on annual basis, talk about strategy, about other activities. GITA was mentioned here, and the strategy is very good because it's a very good document on pieces of paper, but this is not on paper because these are the goals identified by us, and this is what the government implements. This will not be written for the private sector, and then the private sector will take into account the objectives of the government. What I'm talking about is to identify interests and needs of our audience well in advance so that our forum is more interesting for everyone. Many thanks to UCHA and all stakeholders, including the audience. Many thanks. In fact, we can say that last year, the Parliamentary Branch Economic Committee members joined us. Since then, the membership did not increase. If there is anyone else to join this process, we would be happy. And there are two more speakers that I would like to give the microphone to, Misha and Lado. Maximum within 2 minutes, please give your assessment.
Thank you so much. And once again, it was a pleasure being here. I wanted to emphasize once again the multi-stakeholder approach for having the internet governance forums, which is not a common thing, actually, even in our region and abroad. This is what we believe is one of the most, let's say, important thing of having the internet governance. And here we can see the true multi-stakeholder dialogue. Another one is what I can say is every IGF is, let's say, the exhibition of the problem and discussion point, which is inherited to this specific society, which is a clear, let's say, way to understand more which problems this society is exactly facing. And for me and for other international organizations who are coming to Georgia not very often, this is a clear indication and a clear opportunity to come and to know everything at one place. So this is why a big thanks to all the speakers and to organizers for giving us this opportunity. Thank you.
Many thanks. This day is coming to an end. I fully agree with Eka and all the speakers, and it is definitely good if we start organizing everything much earlier, because there are people who are interested in these themes, and we want more people to attend these meetings, including youngsters, because the more youngsters are engaged, the better for us, because they are our future generation. They get familiarized with the challenges in the internet field, and we this year discussed very interesting themes. And many thanks once again to our sponsors and also participants. The themes were very well selected. I think we started to organize everything 1 month before, but still everything was very well organized. Thanks to everyone. Many thanks to those who stayed till the end. Thanks for sustainability and stability. Many thanks to all the speakers, all people who asked the question, and many thanks to our interpreters. Everything was mentioned in such a speed that I could hardly imagine they could pace up with it. I wish happy 2024, and I wish you here good news starting from tomorrow.